Where are my pens and paper? Yes, Mr. Malloy.
As the court, please, my lord, best wishes for the new year.
Same to everybody.
My colleague and I, Dr. Sibanda, confirm appearances on behalf of the state.
Okay, yes. Yes.
As the court pleases, I confirm my appearance on behalf of Mr. Mbongo.
Yes, yes.
As it pleases the court, my lord, I confirm my appearance on behalf of Mr. Mapisa. Thank you.
Yes.
My lord, I confirm my presence on behalf of accused number 5.
Okay.
As it is the court, my lord, and good morning, my lord, and happy
Good
new
morning.
year.
Same. Thanks.
Thank you, my lord, and I confirm my appearance on behalf of accused number 1,
Okay.
Mr. Sibia, and accused number 3,
3.
Mr. Mnube.
Okay,
I've
thanks.
just been making arrangements for the arrival of Mr. Kwabeni, who was still in the witness box, my lord.
Where is he?
I will arrange that he be
Yeah.
ushered into the box, my lord. Thank you.
My lord,
Yeah,
maybe before we proceed, may I take this opportunity to thank the court for allowing me indulgence. Last year, my lord, when I went to that court, I was under the impression that we're going to take 1 week, my lord, but then the matter proceeded for.
Okay.
Thank you, my lord.
That's fine. Yes, sir. Morning. Yeah. Let's commence.
As the court, please, my lord, when we adjourned on the last day of term, I think it was around the 5th of December 2025, the court made a ruling regarding the statement of Mr. Sifiso Gwabeni Zungu. The effect of the ruling that was made by the court was that in light of the fact that allegations of assault have been made against Brigadier Geninda, Sergeant Mohola, Sergeant Mohane, Constable Mapumulo, Constable Butelezi,
Yeah.
and furthermore that anyone against whom the allegations of assault have been made should have the opportunity to come and testify and comment on those allegations of assault. The court refers to its inquisitorial duty in terms of section 186, and the court then ordered that those witnesses against whom the allegations of assault were made by Mr. Absalom Zungu and Mr. Sifiso Gwabeni Zungu should be subpoenaed so that they can come and testify in court. And the court further mentioned that since these allegations arose during the defense case, that the court will then exercise its powers in terms of section 186. We did present an argument, my lord, and indicated that in light of the decision in Makala's case,
yeah.
that we think that the appropriate procedure will be for a trial within a trial, and we still of the same view. However, we are in the hands of the court in light of the ruling that has been made by the court. The witnesses have been subpoenaed, and they are present here in court. Sergeant Mukhani, Sergeant Mohola, Constable Mapumlo, Constable Butelezi, Brigadier Gininda is also available.
Yeah, fine. Is that it?
Yes.
No, just one thing I just want to check with you guys. Because you are saying we should have a trial within a trial. I even read some newspaper reports about so-called C lawyers saying they're surprised why we don't have a trial within a trial. When do you have a trial within a trial? Anybody can answer that.
Well, this issue has been debated at length. A trial within a trial
Yes.
is held to determine the admissibility of a statement by an accused which has been disputed.
Right. This way there. Which statement is being disputed?
Yes.
Is a statement disputed here in this matter?
Well, my lord, the evidence of Mr. Sifiso Gwabeni is on record.
Yeah, fine.
Yes, he.
What is this disputing?
Yeah.
That's what I think, even myself, misdirected myself for the last time. What is being disputed?
Well, the court will recall that
Yeah.
we presented an argument, and
Yeah, section 190, fine.
yes,
I heard that.
and we don't really want to rehash the
No, you don't have to. I mean, I listened to all the arguments.
the argument. But
Let me tell you the biggest problem in this case, evidential-wise. That's why you were not able to cross-examine.
yes,
Because in this case, we have this odd situation where your own state witness, whom you consulted, made a statement, right?
yes, indeed, my lord.
Right. And subsequently, you don't use him, fine, for whatever reason. You don't use him, okay? Then he comes in and gives evidence for the defense. But he does that after you have closed the state case. Are you with me?
Yes, indeed, my lord.
In other words, whatever he says in the box, and I don't want to advise anybody, whatever he says in the box after you have closed the case, if that evidence was not heard by a person who interacted with him, do you think that is fair? He says, I was assaulted by,
Yes.
let's mention Rata. I was assaulted by Rata. He kicked me like a 5-ton drum full of water. And subsequently, a statement was coerced out of me. And after this statement was coerced out of me, obviously it was coerced in the sense that I did not freely and voluntarily make that statement. To get out of my impasse, my problems with the writers of the statement, I said to them, they must do this. Whatever accused number 1 has said in his statement, lift that,
Yes.
and put it into a document. I don't want to say a statement. Put it into a document and I will sign to signify, apparently according to him, to signify that this is not my statement. Am I correct?
Yes, indeed.
Are you with
That
me?
is the evidence of Mr.
Now, this is the
Gwabeni's-
problem. At what stage will that evidence be contested? At what stage?
In the state case.
And when you look at 186, it says this court must exercise fairness for everybody. For everybody. Here is a person who alleges or testifies about an exigency of a person who maybe you guys have forgotten. A person who alleges in the form of Gabeni, not Ogininda, having taken a statement from a particular witness, is that not the fact?
Yes, that is a position.
Right, and here we are we're arguing about whether there's a statement or not, when we all know that there was a statement taken by a person called Gwabeni. I think in all fairness, because the lawfulness of these statements must also be tested. That's why I decided, okay, let's call everybody who had an interaction with this witness concerning his evidence. Because it is not about a statement in actual fact. It is about his evidence. Statement, it's about his evidence. I know you quoted Govender, PE, blah, 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 blah. We are concerned with evidence, not a statement. Because constitutionally, Section 35(3) of the Constitution says that either a witness or an accused person has a right to confront evidence. Am I quoting it correctly?
Yes, that is what the section says.
Yeah. That's what motivates me to not to deliver a judgment, but to wait for all the persons who were implicated. Otherwise, I don't know what they're going to say. Somebody may come here, I never have interacted with this person. Fine, no problem. Anyone for comments?
Yeah, if we can perhaps have the first bite. Well, the court will recall that the state wanted to cross-examine Mr. Gwabeni on his statement.
That's it.
So the issue at that stage was whether the state has proven the statement.
Yeah, fine.
And the defense then objected.
Was the statement used in this court? You guys forget R versus Hepworth. If I recall, Mr. Mnisi never produced the statement allegedly which
Yes.
was signed, if at all, with an S. Was it
Yes.
produced?
Yes, no, he was not led on
No, I say, was it produced? It was not.
No, it wasn't. As I say, he was not led on the statement, so it
His
wasn't
evidence is, I signed a statement, S. That's
Yes.
what he says. Is that not the evidence?
Yes, that's indeed, it says he was told what accused number one said, and he then said he makes what accused number one said should be transferred to his statement, and he then signed by making that S.
And now that is his evidence.
Yes.
Now this court can never ever stop the state from cross-examining on the utterances of a witness. I don't have that authority. I don't have it. A witness says, I signed a document or a piece of paper. I want to see it. If it's not there, then say, it is lost, like somebody said the other time. Okay. Any comments, Mr. Mnisi? We'll come to Mr. Okay. Any comments?
As it is the court, my lord. My lord, I think to some extent I would want to concur with what the court is saying. In that, when the state was about to cross-examine Mr. Gwabeni on the content of the statement, then as a defense we raised an objection and said the state cannot simply decide to cross-examine without laying a foundation of the document on which the state says they want to cross-examine him on. That's where the issue then started, my lord. The state then made all those applications which ultimately brought us thus far. But second to that, my lord, is the following. Remember Mr. Gwabeni in his testimony said, I had consulted with the state on a number of occasions. And when they wanted to test if I'm a suitable person to come and testify for the state, on those number of occasions, Mr. Gwabeni has been told not to come to court. That is his testimony. Now, what was open to the state, my lord, at that moment, and I want to be very sincere with the state, what was open to the state, or an option that was available to the state at that moment, was to say, Mr. Kwabeni, it's good. I have consulted with you, and on the basis of our consultation, I realized that you are reneging from what you allegedly said in the statement. But nonetheless, there's a remedy in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act. I'm just not so sure about the proper provision, but that I'll call you into the box and I'll make a proper application to the court to have you declared as a hostile witness. And then under those circumstances, my lord, then the state would have had the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Kwabeni on the content of his statement.
Yeah, it's fine. But one
Thank you,
aspect,
But-
I hear you, but
Yes.
one aspect you're missing is he's not a hostile witness.
Excuse me, my lord.
He is not a hostile witness.
Yes, that is
That's it.
yes,
He's not testifying on behalf of the state.
yes. That is the reason,
it.
my lord, that I'm
So-
saying that the state missed that opportunity.
Well, it was never there anyway.
Yes. And then they made Mr. Kwabeni available to the defense.
That's another story.
Yes. Then we consulted with Mr. Kwabeni. He gave us what he gave us.
Yeah, fine.
Then we said, Mr. Kwabeni, come and explain what happened in the circumstance. Come and explain to the court what is it that you know around this incident that we are at court with. Then he came and provided his testimony, my lord.
No,
now,
fine, I hear that.
yes, in the cause of him now being called as a defense witness, the states come and say, no, but we want to cross-examine you on the content of that statement, that we had interviewed you or that we had a consultation with you about before we made you available to the defense. Then we say, okay, no, it's fine. There's no problem. State can, in all means, is not wrong in saying that it wants to cross-examine him on the basis of that statement, but they needed to lay the foundation for cross-examining him on the basis of the statement that he said. And that is just to prove the statement, my lord.
Okay.
And that is our bone of contention.
Right,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Ramasepedi?
As the court pleases, my lord, without belaboring this point, we've made our arguments, and I concur with what Mr. Munisi says, my lord. And in opposition to what my learned colleague says, that Makala applies, therefore a trial within a trial should be held. We've made our arguments that Makala and the circumstances in that were different, my lord. It's not applicable, as the court pleases, my lord.
Mr. Mumalo?
My daughter, I have one problem. I don't have a problem with the court invoking the provisions of Section 186 of the CPA. But the problem that I'm having, my daughter, is that can this court call these witnesses at a stage when the witness is under cross-examination, because the court was of the view that
You're right.
the witnesses can be caught at any stage,
Yeah,
but you are
you're
having
right.
a situation where the witness is under cross-examination by
You're
the
right.
state. Can
You're
then
right.
can then those witnesses come at the stage when this witness is under cross-examination? That is what.
No, you're right. I've got to make a ruling first. That's why I wanted to hear you. That's why I say I actually misdirected myself when I thought it is about a statement. It is not about a statement. It is about the evidence.
The evidence, yes.
I mean, the evidence led in this court, not a statement.
True.
The witness himself says, it took me to Primrose Police Station, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, I was taken out, taken to a gravesite from 12 o'clock to 6 a.m. in the morning, beaten up at that place we had the inspection in loco. And thereafter, I was taken to the prosecution room. And thereafter, I was interviewed. But in between, he says he was being beaten up. I don't know which court is going to just listen to evidence where a witness says, I was beaten up. He was even beaten up by so-and-so, by so-and-so, by so-and-so, by so-and-so. And eventually, he makes a statement, according to him, which he says it is not a statement. But he signed a document. Now, I'm saying, for fairness, all the persons who were involved in this, because if he had said this just after the cross-examination of Kininda, we wouldn't be having this problem. The state closed this case. I can tell you, Mr. Balui, what I could have done. I could have made an application to reopen the state's case. Are you with me?
Yes, indeed.
Do you agree with it? Yeah, so that I can call whoever the witness says did A, B, C, D, E, F, G. But if you haven't done it, doesn't mean you can't do it, because this is not a court of technicalities. This court is about justice. Justice.
Yes, well, the fact of the matter is the witness is still
it's
under
fairness.
cross-examination. So after the cross-examination, the state will have that option
Yeah, fine, okay.
to consider.
Oh, are you through, sir?
Yes, so I was having those concerns,
Yeah, no,
so I
fine,
don't
I
know
hear
how
you.
the court is
I hear
going
you.
to, does
Yeah.
it going to allow the state to continue with cross-examination,
Yeah.
because he has to lay the basis or the foundation. That we are going back to the same issues that we were faced with last year.
Listen to what the evidence says. The evidence says, that's why I say it's not about a statement. It's about the evidence. The witness says, I was manhandled, threatened, etc. in the office there, and I was being told that I'm involved in the murder of Senzo, and I denied it. I said, I don't know anything about football. I don't know anything about the goalkeeper, until I got so tired. I said, let me do what they want me to do. Just take whatever you say accused number one says about me and put it in a document, and I will sign that document. You see, that's the evidence. It's not about a statement. It's about the evidence. Because the statement is uttered by mouth. That's the evidence which it says. Even if, assuming the statement was lost, was burned down, like in South Africa we burn buildings, even parliament. Assuming it was burned down, are you saying the court is going to ignore the evidence that there was evidence to the effect that I said, take this evidence which is said about me by accused number one, put it in another document and I'll sign it. Even if the document is not there, are you saying that evidence just vanishes? Okay,
Thank you.
Miss.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, I'm going to make just two submissions. That the court at this stage is referring to the evidence that the witness has testified
Yeah,
about,
right.
that is on record.
Yeah.
And the state, my lord, is allowed to cross-examine on the evidence
Yes.
that has been tendered
Yes.
by the witness before this court. But now the issue in dispute now, my lord, it's now when the state wants to cross-examine on the content of a statement.
Was the content of the statement not publicized in court? Take what accused number one has written about me in his statement
Yes.
and put it into my statement or a document which I will sign, and I signed it in S.
Yes.
So in other words, are you with me?
Yes, I'm with
Yeah,
you, my lord.
so
I'm
there's
with you.
evidence.
Yes. So, my lord, the issue that arose, it was when the state was supposed to prove the statement from the witness. Because the state now wants to get into the statement of the witness who is testifying. The procedure, my lord, is that the state has to prove the statement. That is where the problem arose, my
Okay,
lord.
fine.
Yes, that's where the problem arose. To say, if the statement has not
So
been...
you're putting an onus on the state. Are you aware of that? Are you putting an onus on the state?
My lord, let me just finish this sentence. To say, until the state is able to prove the statement, which is the procedure, then the state will be allowed...
Which statement are you talking of? Because there are three statements here.
My lord, the statement that the witness wants to cross-examine the witness on.
Which one? Which statement is it?
It's a 204 statement.
Is that so?
It's a 204 statement.
Because I heard Mr. Ramo
But my lord,
say that the 204 no longer exists.
my lord, also I cannot limit the state as to. I cannot limit the state as to which statement. My submission
fine,
is
fine,
that
okay.
whichever statement that the state intends to cross-examine on, that statement has to be proved first, so that the state can be able to cross-examine
Okay, fine.
on the content of that statement.
All right.
Now, my lord, that the witness is still on the witness box. I understand there has been a ruling that the witnesses who are the police officers that were involved in the taking of the statement have been summoned.
Yeah.
My submission, my lord, is that whilst the witness is on the witness box, he has to finish his cross-examination.
Right, yeah.
Once he is finished with cross-examination, the state has to finish a cross-examination of this witness. Then after the witness has finished, the court can direct on the ruling as to how it should be conducted, my lord. We all understand the provisions of Section 186 that the court can call the witnesses at any stage. But my lord, my respectful submission is that we cannot suspend his cross-examination at this stage.
No, I'm not suspending it.
He has to finish the cross-examination, and then the witnesses that the court has indicated that they must be called, then they will be allowed to testify, my lord.
Okay, fine.
Yes, my lord. Those
All
are
right,
my
this is my ruling. Like I told you, I misdirected myself. There is no law which debars the state from cross-examining Mr. Kwabeni on his statement, on the statement which he says he signed. There is no law. Check the law for 3 weeks. There isn't. So you can cross-examine on that statement if it is there, because I don't know the statement. Because that statement is actually the evidence of the witness, which is encapsulated in a statement. Then we are talking about a statement as if it is denuded of evidential material. It's not. Right, let's hear. You can proceed, you can cross-examine.
Just a clarification. I'm not saying the state shouldn't do that. In other words, now the ruling of the court is that the state can proceed to cross-examine Mr. Kwabeni on the content of the statement that the state says it wants to use, despite the fact that there's an opposition which is grounded on the fact that the state must prove the statement first.
Fine, no problem. That's what it is. You know, you've got your rights. You can take me on appeal. You can do whatever you want. But the ruling is a judge can change his ruling. Now, I'm saying I misdirected myself in having thought that it is about the statement. It is not about the statement. It is about the evidence encapsulated in the statement.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
so
fine.
my clarification, my lord, is that the court simply is overruling my objection that before the state embarks on the statement that it wants to introduce and cross-examine Mr. Kwabeni on, the court says no, that should not happen. It can go directly and cross-examine Mr. Kwabeni on the content of the statement without even
as you say, proving the statement.
Yes, my lord.
Fine.
That's the ruling of the court.
That's the ruling, yeah.
Thank you, my lord.
Okay, yes, sir.
Udaba ke besinalo lana ngaphambi kokuthi nje singaqala ukuthi ke kunyaka ophelile uma ke sigcina ke la enkantolo kwanesikhathi lapho ufakazi ededelwa khona ke ngoba ke inkantolo yasiba nesinqumo esenzayo ethi ke nanjengoba ke ufakazi kuneyintsolo ezanazo ke ukuthi ke kunamaphoyisa bashiwo obrigadier Gininda oconstable Maphumulo oconstable Buthelezi osergeant Mukhane osergeant Mukhula ukuthi ke ufakazi ethi ke bamshaya ke ukuthi ke wabe esethi yena ke egcineni lokho nikushoyo ke ukuthi ke kune statement engasenza noma ke esenziwa uyena ke umsola wokuqala umnumzana uSibiya thathani lokho ke bese nindlulisela ke nithi ke i-statement sami mina ngizothatha nje ngokuthi ke ngisayindeke kuyashiwo ke ukuthi inkantolo lapho yase isho ke ukuthi ke labo fakazi labo abezeke bazobethula ubufakazi babo ke ngoba ke kuneyinsolo eyibhekiswe ngakubona manje ke abashushisi nabameli ke sebenza ke izethulo ke enkantolo ke mayelana nako ke lokho inkantolo ithi ke gcineni ke lana ke kuloko ebikushilo ke ngaphambilini yona inkantolo ukuthi ke lo daba lo alukho mayelana nestatement ngoba ke kodwa kumayelana nento eshiwo uyena ufakazi umnumzana uZungu lana ukuthi ke esho yena ke ethi washo yena noma watshela amaphoyisa ukuthi lokho enithi kwashiwo uyena umuzi thatheni ke bese nidlulisela ngapha mina ngizothatha ke ngokuthi ke ngisayindeke ithi inkantolo lapho ke kulokho ke ubufakazi lobo obuphuma kuyena ufakazi ila manje ke akhulunywa ngestatement kodwa akhulunywa ngento eyakhulunywa uyena ufakazi isiyavumela ke inkantolo ukuthi ke usungaqhubeka ke umbuso ubuzeke ngaso leso statement leso bekhulunywa ngaso ke ungaqhubeka ubuze yena ufakazi imibuzo nokuthi ke bashilo nabameli ukuthi ke okwamanje ke angeke ubufakazi bakhe umnumzana uZungu bumisweke noma buhoxisweke ukuthi kubizwe labo fakazi nalapho iyavuma ke inkantolo ukuthi cha ngaqhutshekwa ngobufakazi bakhe buqedwe ke emuva kwalokho kuzaba la khona ke inkantolo ibisiyasho ke manje ukuthi kuzokwenziwa kanjani ngalabo fakazi ngamafushane ke inkantolo yamvumela kumshushisi ukuthi angaqhubeka abuze ngaso istatement lesiyana ke ebe misela ukuthi ngaphambilini abuze ngaso.
Yes, sir.
As a court, please, my lord, I've just received an indication that the defense requests an adjournment for 15 minutes.
Why?
I think they can elaborate.
It's actually me, my lord. I forgot my spectacles. I thought I would utilize the opportunity to go
I've got
first.
2 pairs spare.
No, I can't wear
I've got
yours.
2 pairs spare. One is for playing soccer, the other one is for...
Or
Tennis.
even 5 minutes, my lord. I think I'll be back. My office is just behind the courts building.
You don't need to hear with eyes, please.
No, but I need to write, my lord. I'm writing
No, you can
as
write.
well.
You can write.
So I
The
don't
man
want to
said-
write in a skew way, my
No,
lord.
no, please. We've wasted so much time in this case.
It's
No,
just
let's
5
continue.
minutes, my lord.
Instead of 15 minutes, we'll make it 20 minutes for your break, okay?
Thank you, my lord.
All right. You go. Yes, sir. Instead of adjourning for 15 minutes, we'll adjourn for 30 minutes so that you can fetch his spectacles.
No, I said 5, my lord.
You want 5 minutes?
Yes, I'll be back in 5 minutes because
You're
my
going
office.
out for 5 minutes?
Yes.
No, let's continue. It doesn't change anything. Okay.
I'm prejudiced, my lord. I'll not be able to take notes then in that instance. It's fine, we can proceed.
Yeah, fine. Okay. Yeah.
So when we last adjourned, we
Apparently, there's something that Mr. Mngube wants to bring my attention to. Might quickly consult with
Yeah,
him,
fine.
my lord. Thank you. Thank you for the indulgence, my lord. Simply, Mr. Mngube is saying he feels a little bit uncomfortable that the court orders me to proceed without me having my spectacles on.
Yeah,
simply
is he an
because
ophthalmologist? Is he an ophthalmologist?
He does not need to be one, my lord. I mean, if his,
But
if
he's
his
the
legal
one who's making a
representative,
medical decision for you.
no, my lord, if his legal representative says, I'll not be able to take notes because I've forgotten my spectacle, then I would be in a position to go and fetch within 5 minutes, and then I would be back, and the court says,
You know what
"No,
we'll
Mr.
do?
Proceed."
When we adjourn, we shall play the record for you to take notes which you are supposed to take. Is that okay? Let's continue.
No, it won't, that won't.
No, that's the ruling I make. Because you won't be able to take notes when we are all here. We adjourn. I'll instruct the stenographer to play to the fullest maximum blast the proceedings, and then you can take them, okay?
But my lord, that will simply make a mockery of this whole situation.
No, it doesn't.
It will. Thank
Because
you,
this
my
court
lord,
can't
but
be told by...
I respect the court's ruling. Thank you, my lord.
Ay, Jesus.
As a court, please, my lord. Perhaps to save time, as we still need a speaker to listen to the evidence, which is almost, 11:09, close to the time for the short adjournment. I wonder whether we shouldn't take that short adjournment.
Until what, 11:30?
Yes, for Advocate Nisi to collect.
He says 5 minutes. I'll make it 15 minutes. So we come back at 11:30.
Tell you, George.
Mr. Two missing. Sorry, two of the keys are not yet here. Mr. Zungu, when we adjourned, the state asked you as to whether you were sleeping in the S section of the hostel in June 2020 on a Monday when you were arrested.
Uma sigcina na ke mntana uZungu umbuso umbuzo wokuthi ke ngomsombuluko ngeyithwa ngazo i20 sika June ngathi ke owaboshwa ngaso noma isikhathi owaboshwa ngaso wawulala eS yini lapha yana ehostel. Yes.
And it was based, evidence that on the night that you were arrested in June 2020, you were sleeping in the S section of the hostel. Is that correct?
Kwakufakazi bakho ke usho wena ke ukuthi ke ngakubusuku baloya msombuluko waboshwa ngayo ngawo wawulala khona ke eS lapha yana ehostel. Yep. Yes.
And we then asked you as to whether in your statement you mentioned that you were residing at number N63, Block N, Basutini Hostel. That's when the objection arose.
Umbuzo ke owubuzwa uyena ke umshushisi ukuthi ke uhlala ke N63 eBlock N khona ke eBasuthu ilapho ke waseke kunenkinga evela yonke uma umbuso ubuza lowo mbuzo loyo. That I'm not residing there, that's where I go to eat.
So you did not live in the N section of Basutini Hostel?
Okusho ukuthi wangahlali khona N. Angahlali khona. Ngangidla khona. Pheka khona eN. Angihlali khona, ngihlale esihlapha ngilenkengela lakho ndlala khona nekamera khona. Was not residing at the N section, that's where I would cook and also eat. But I was staying at the S section.
Do you remember which address you gave in your statement?
Usakhumbula yini Kelly owalisho noma wanikeza ngalo kwistatement sakho?
Yeah, we N6/2.
Yes, it's N6/2.
Why did you give that address?
Kwakungani unikeze ngalelo kheli lelo?
Babe ngibuza ukuthi ngihlala kuphi emini kwangala khona lapha S.
They were asking me as to where it was that I was having my food during the day because I was staying at the S sections.
Did they not ask you as to where you reside?
Abazange babuze yini ukuthi uhlala kuphi nendawo?
Abaze bangibuza ukuthi ngihlala kuphi mangithi ngilala lapha S. Bangikhomba ukuthi nginendawo embili engihlala kuzo.
No, what they asked me was, seeing that I am staying at the S section, where do I go to have my food or where do I eat?
But did you tell them that you stay or you live in the S section of Basotho Hostel?
Ingabe wabatshela yini wena ukuthi ke uhlala khona eS lapha eBasotho Hostel?
La bangithatha khona mhla bengibona.
That's where they took me on the day of they were arresting me.
Yes, but Mr. Zungu, the question is, did you give your residential address as S section Basotho Hostel?
Kodwa ke umbuzo kwabuZungu uthi ke ingabe umunikeza ngekheli lakho wabanikeza ikheli elithi S eBasotho Hostel?
Bangibuza ukuthi emini ngihlala kuphi ngisuke ngiyuphi lapha ngibheka khona bathi ngihlala eN.
They asked me during the course of the day, where do I spend my time or where is it that I eat my food or I prepare my food? I then said to them, I am at the N or I stay at the N section.
But why would they ask you where you prepare your food during the day?
Kwakuyini engababangela ukuthi bakubuza ukuthi ukudla kwakho ukudlela kuphi noma ukwenzela kuphi uphekela kuphi?
Babe ngaboni ukuthi ngipheka khona lapha endlini. Imbangela baba ngokuthi bembuza bayefuna ukwazi ukuthi mabe ngifuna bangithola kuphi emini. Ngoba ngilala lapha S.
Because they could see or they could not find anything there at the S that showed them that I was preparing my food there. So they wanted to know as to where it is they would find me during the course of the day, knowing that I'm staying at the S section.
Are you saying that there was nothing that showed that you stayed in the S section?
Ingabe uthi kwakungekho okutshengisayo ukuthi uhlala lapha eS?
Akukho kuhlala ekitchen kwame S necamera kuphela ngilala kuphela.
There's nothing of mine that is in the kitchen area at the S section. I only have a bedroom there.
Yes. Just to get clarity, Mr. Zungu, which address did you give to the police as your residential address?
Nje ukuthi ke lokhu kucaceke, iliphi ikheli owalinika amaphoyisa othi ikheli ohlala kulona?
N.
It's the N section.
Is this N6/3, Block N, Basotho Hostel?
Ulo 6/3 block N eBasotho Hostel. Yes, it is.
But according to you, you stay in the S section, is that correct?
Kodwa ke ngokusho kwakho wena la ohlala khona kuse S. Yes, I reside at the S section.
But why did you give the police then that address number N6/3, Block N, Basotho Hostel as your residential address?
Uma kuukuthi ke manje ngoba usho ukuthi ke uhlala eS, kwakunganike amaphoyisa uwanike leli ikheli elibhalwe lapha yana ke uN uhlala eS wena. Kwakungani ukuthi banike ikheli leli lase N?
Bangibuza ukuthi bengangithola kuphi emini ngabatshena iN6/3.
They asked me as to where could they find me during the course of the day. I then provided them with the N section address N63 or N6/3.
Okay, we leave it there for argument. You testified that you were arrested in June 2020 on a Monday. Are you able to put a date on which you were arrested?
Ukuthi waboshwa ungomsombuluko ngoJune ka2020. Ungasho ukuthi idate yakhona kwakuyini?
Hayi ngisayikhumbula idate yakhona.
No, I can't remember the date.
We'll get to your statement in a while, but the date indicated on the statement is 24 June 2020. Will you go along with the date?
Sizoya ke kusona istatement nje kungekudala ke kodwa ke idate ebhaliwe khona lapha ke yizo i24 zika June ungahambisana naleyo date le.
Ngoba ngithi angisayikhumbuli nje i-date.
As I'm saying that I cannot remember the date.
You testify that after your arrest, you were transported to a municipal area in Vosloorus. Is that correct?
Ushilo ke kubufakazi bakho ukuthi emuva kokuthi waboshwa ke base bekhambisa ke kwindawo yakwamasipala eVosloorus.
Yebo.
Yes.
You further testify that en route there, they showed you pictures of two ladies from the Sibia family on a tablet-like phone. Is that correct?
Kubufakazi bakho ushilo ukuthi ke nisendleleni ke eya khona lapho noma nisahamba ke niya khona lapho kunezithombe ezimbili abakutshengisa zona zabo osisi bakwaSibiya.
Yebo.
Yes.
How did you know that the ladies were from the Sibia family?
Wazi kanjani ukuthi labo sisi laba bakutshengisa izithombe zabo abakwaSibiya?
Ngiyabazi bangakithi.
I know them, they are from back home.
Who were they?
Kwakuwobani?
Unuki noSichulu.
Who?
Unuki noSichulu.
Nuki and Stu.
So what is the second name? The second person?
Stu.
Lulama. Bambiza Lulama.
They call it Lulama.
And what is the other name that you mentioned?
Nuki. Nuki.
Is she known by any other name?
First one or the second one?
Noki.
Unuki, likhona elinye igama aziwa ngalo?
Hayi, Unuki.
No, just Nuki.
Now, these two ladies, are they related to accused number one?
Ba ihlobo yini nomsolo wokuqala labo babili? No,
What?
yes, they are his aunt.
You further testify that upon arrival at the municipal area, you were made to sit down.
Ushilo ke kubufakazi bakho ukuthi senifika ke kuleyo ndawo kamasipala leyo wahlaliswa phansi.
Yebo.
Yes.
Your legs were stretched and you were handcuffed at the back. Is that correct?
Uhleliswe phansi kanjalo ke inyawo zakho ke beluliweke kanjena nokuthi futhi uboshwe ngozankosi la ngasemuva.
Yebo.
That's correct.
And you further testify that a plastic was put over your head by an unknown Metro police officer.
Nokuthi ke kunephoyisa ke le metro ekuyilona ke elafaka uplastic la kuwena ekhanda.
Yebo.
Yes.
That Constable Buthelezi pressed his boots on your handcuffs.
Nokuthi ke uConstable Buthelezi uyena ke owase ekunyathela ke ngazo icathulo lezi kamabhuti lana la kozankosi.
Yebo.
Yes.
And that he kicked you and you rolled like a drum full of water for about 5 meters. Is it correct?
Nokuthi wasekhahlela ke wase ke uyaginqeka ke ngathi ke idrum elinamanzi lokho kwenzeka ibanga elingama meter awu5.
Yebo.
Yes.
We want to show you aerial photos of the municipal precincts that have been handed up as exhibit ZZ in brackets 1.
Kunezithombe ke esifisa ukuthi sikutshengise zona ke izithombe lezi ezithwetshwele phezulu ke zayo ke indawo leyana kamasipala.
The court also carried an inspection in loco in this matter.
Nenkantolo ke yaphuma ke yayiyela khona kule yandawo iyoyibona.
We'll show you the individual photos if you can just indicate as to where this incident that we've just cross-examined on took place. Yes.
Right. Uzokhomba ke uzosebenzisa. Athi uzokhomba ngayo ke ila uzobuzwa khona bese uyakhomba ke wena leyo ndawo ubuzwa. Usebenzisa yona.
We'll just first orientate you on the photos. Photos 1 and 2 show an overview of Phosphorus area, photo 1 and 2.
Soqala nje sikutshengisa izithombe ke ukuthi ke izithombe lezi lesi soqala isithombe nalesi ke sesibili ke ila ekuvezwa khona ke noma ekuboniswa khona ke indawo leyana yase Phosphorus.
Then photo 3. Photo 3, there are points A up to D. Point A indicates a hostel opposite the Phosphorus police station.
Kunendawo ke lawo A, B, C no D. Lana ke A ke police it's a hostel next to the police
Yes.
station. I hostel ke leya eseduze ne police station la ku A.
Then B indicates Phosphorus court.
Lana ke ku B inkantolo yase Phosphorus.
C indicates Phosphorus police station.
La ku C I police station yase Phosphorus.
And D indicates the municipal building.
Bese kuthi la ku D ke ilona ke ibhilidi kamasipala.
Is that the area where you say you were taken to and assaulted?
Iyona indawo le othi ke wasiwa kuyona ke washayelwa kuyona.
Now,
Yes. The witness is
angithi
pointing.
igate leli
Is this not the gate? Where the witness is pointing now? Is that not the gate?
Yes, you can just comment without asking any questions. Where do
Ungasho
you see
nje-
the gate?
Sorry.
Where do you see the gate?
Uyibona kuphi gate?
ngibuza ukuthi igate leli
I'm asking if this is not the gate
engena masipala.
that nowadays that leads into the municipal area.
Okay. So according to that is the entrance to the municipal area, the
Sure.
entrance gate.
Wena ke lo leya ndawo ukhomba kuyona iyona igate la engena ngaphakathi
engena ngaphakathi amasipala.
that leads into the municipal area.
Do you know if there's any controlled entrance to the municipal area? Do you know if there are any security guards at the gate?
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi kungenwa kanjani ke lapho nokuthi bakhona abantu ekuyibona abavumela abantu bangene baphume noma umuntu uyayingenela nje lapho. Uyazi indlela ekwenziwa ngakhona lapha ungena uma ungena.
Angazi kodwa ngaleya kathi bayingenela ngibona ngaphoya ngibona security.
I don't know, but during that time there was no access control. They just went in by themselves. I did not see any security guard.
There's no boom gate there.
Akuna gate ekhona lokho kubizwa ngokuthi phecelezi ke i-boom gate noma ke okuyikona lokho kuvulekayo phinde kuvaleke futhi uma umuntu engena kuvuleke phinde kuvaleke futhi.
Ayasangena ngaleli moto igate yakhona.
No, we use the entrance that's designated for vehicles.
Right, photo 4 up to 6. It's basically the same points as on photos 3.
Lezi ke indawo kuse izona leziyana ke ezilaphana ku photo 3.
D is the municipal building.
U-D-ke, indawo kamasipala.
Can you see point D there on the photo?
Uyambona u-D lapha? Ayangiboni yethu, okay.
And point F indicates the taxi rank.
Bese kuthi-ke u-F. Irenki lamatekisi.
Then point N3
Apha eduze ko-F no-N3.
indicates the national road, the N3.
Bese kuba uyena-ke uthela wayeka lowana omgwaqo o-N3.
Then photos 7 and 8.
Seven lona.
Photos 7 and 8 indicates the hostel opposite Phosphorus police station as indicated earlier on.
Njengoba bese shilo-ke ngaphambili, i-hostel lena-ke seduze-ke nayo i-police station le yase-Phosphorus.
Photo 12 shows photo 12 shows the Phosphorus court.
Lana-ke inkantolo yase-Phosphorus lapho u-12.
Then photo 13 to 14 shows Phosphorus police station as seen on an earlier photo.
Sekuthi-ke u-13 kanye nayo-ke u-14 utshengisa-ke i-police station yase-Phosphorus.
Then photos 15 up to 17.
15,
Up to 17.
16 to 17.
Let's start at the photos 15 to 17 show the municipal building.
Lana-ke i-building-ke lakamasipala.
Start with photo 15. You see that? And photo 16 also indicates the municipal building.
Bese kuthi nalesi-ke isithombe u-16 naso-ke sitshengisa i-building leli likamasipala.
As well as photo 17.
Naso-ke isithombe u-17.
Photo 18
Bese kuthi-ke isithombe u-18
shows the shops next to the municipal building.
sitshengisa-ke iy'tolo leziyana-ke eziseduze nebhilidi likamasipala.
As well as photo 19.
Kanye naye-ke u-19.
As well as photo 20.
No-20 futhi.
Photo 21 shows intersection near the shops.
Bese kuthi ke u21 yena ke utshengisa ke umgwaqo ke ohlangana lo ubizwa ukuthi phecelezi ke intersection eduze nezitolo.
Photo 22 indicates once again the shops near the municipal building.
Phinde futhi ke
Point E.
u-E izona ke izitolo leziyana ke eseduze nebhilidi kamasipala.
And then point F indicates the taxi rank.
Bese kuthi go to F again.
Photo 22, point F indicates the taxi rank.
Bese kuthi ke isithombe lesi-22F irenki ke le lamatekisi.
Do you understand the layout of these photos as per exhibit ZZ?
Ingaba ke lendlela ke izithombe lezi ke oyichazelwa ngayo eshiwo ngayo kona ngabe uyayizwa yini elandela yini?
Hayi angiboni kahle kodwa nje akunakho ngoba into engiyaziyo ngiyazi le ndaba sikhuluma ngayo.
I don't see them properly, but I do not have a problem because I am familiar with the place. I know that place.
Are you able then to indicate as to where you were taken to, where you say the assault occurred on any of the photos that we have just shown to you?
Kule ithombe ke osoyitshengisiwe ke ungasho ke yini ukuthi yipi ke le ndawo le owahanjiswa kuyona ke la owashayelwa khona kule ithombe osoyitshengisiwe.
You can look at photos from photo 15 that depicts the municipal building.
If you can go back to the municipal area, I'll be able to show you.
Photo 15.
Nasi.
Here it is. There's the witnesses pointing on photo 15. Bottom right corner of the photo, my lord, photo 15.
All right. There's also photo 16.
Khona ke nalesi sithombe 16.
Are you able to indicate as to where you were taken to?
Nala. Pointing at the right corner, my lord, right, just a bit up from the right corner of the photo.
Thank you. So you say this is where you were taken to, and that is where you say the assault occurred.
Uthi ikhona la owathathwa hanjiswa khona, ikhona la owashayelwa khona. Yes.
Do you know if there's a fire station next to the municipal area?
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi ikhona indawo la le noma lokuthi ke ukucisha umlilo lapha eduze nale ability le kamasipala? Lokubizwa ukuthi ke i fire station.
Hayi umasipala ngivamisile ungena kodwa ngangiqala ungena ngalosuku bengishaya khona lapha.
Not
Angeni
used.
ngapha ngena egedini encane manje yamasipala.
Not used to going there. It was the first time when they took that I went there. I normally use the other entrance, not this one that we went through on that day.
Well, as mentioned, the court carried out an inspection in Loco in July of 2025. There's indeed a fire station across the municipal office.
Ngasho ke kuwena ukuthi ke inkantolo yayiyela ke khona lapha yana ngasho ke kuwena ke ngiqinisekisa ukuthi ke impela ikhona ke indawo leyana ecisha kuyona kulelo noma ke i-fire station eseduze nalela bhilidi kamasipala nenkantolo yayibonela yayiyile lapha ya.
And that this fire station operates on a 24-hour basis.
Nokuthi ke indawo leyana engavalwa ke magama ke basebenza nje u24/7 akuvalwa lapha ya.
Do you have any comment?
Kukhona ofisa ukusho?
Hayi lutho.
No, nothing.
There's also an alcohol testing center of Ekurhuleni Municipal Police, Ekurhuleni Police, I'm sorry. There's an alcohol testing center of Ekurhuleni Police.
Ikhona ke nendawo ke la ekutestwa khona ke utshwala ke eyase Ekurhuleni Metropolis. Bathi ke ila abatesta khona ke umuntu ke utshwala.
Angazi.
I know nothing.
You testify that it was between midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning. Is that correct? When you were taken to that place and assaulted?
Ushilo ke ukuthi ke kwakumaphakathi ke nobusuku ke maphakathi nobusuku na kuyoshaya ke no u1 unkathi ke uthathwa uya kuyona le ndawo. Yes.
How many police officers were there?
Aye mangaki amaphoyisa aye khona lapha.
Hayi emaningi ngazingaba.
There were many, I didn't count them.
And do you agree that if you say there were many, they would have certainly have attracted attention of any bystanders or any occupants of the buildings nearby?
Ingabe uyavuma yini nanje ngoba usho ukuthi ayibaningi ukuthi leyo nto ke kwakuyinto ke eyayizodonsa amehlo abantu abakulawo mabhilidi lawo noma abantu abaseduze nje lapho.
Kwangekho umuntu wakusebusuku.
There was no one, it was at night.
Yes. But the fire station operates on a 24-hour basis. They would have certainly, the number of police officers would have certainly attracted the people who were in duty at the fire station.
Kodwa ke nanje uma bese ngishilo ke kuwenaka ukuthi le ndawo ke icishamlilo ukuthi yona ke indawo esebenza nje u24/7 akuvalwa ke lapha ukuthi uma kunamaphoyisa amaningi lapha yana into leyo eyayizothi idonsa amehlo abo labo ababesemsebenzini.
Sasiwa amasipala thina sasingeke sicishamlilweni. Kwangekho umuntu lapha. Umuntu wazi waqhamuka wayesemgwaqeni wamisa imoto ngale kumgwaqo.
No, we were at the municipal area. We were not at the fire station.
Yes.
So there was no one there at the fire station. At the municipal area, there was only one person, and this person stopped his or her vehicle. The person was traveling on the. That is where the road is.
Yes, but as indicated to the fire station is just a stone throw across the road from the municipal area.
Kodwa ke njengoba ngishilo kuwena ukuthi indawo leyana ke isicishamlilo ayikude naleya ndawo leyana yakwamasipala. Ukuthi ke akusona indawo eziqhelelene. Iseduze enye nenye.
Ngiyaphinda futhi ngiyasho. Ngithi mina umuntu waqhamuka umuntu wayesemgwaqeni omkhulu wayehamba ngale. Owazi wakhona umisa imoto. Washo bonke khona umuntu umisa imoto lapha yana. Wangekho umuntu lapha ucishamlilo zakhona.
I repeat what I said, that the only person that appeared there was someone that was traveling in the main road. They even amongst themselves said that there's someone there with a vehicle, but there was no one there, even there at the fire station that you are making mention of.
Is it alongside Beerman Road?
Indlela enkulu, uma ukhuluma ngomgwaqo omkhulu ulo obizwa ngokuthi Beerman Road.
Angwazi lo wehlayo ubheke police station. Umasipala ngendle police station ezathi.
I don't know the name of the road, but it's the road that's going down towards the police station. It's the municipal area, and then there's a police station.
And what happened after that person stopped?
Emuva kokuthi loyo
After the
muntu lo-
motorist stopped?
emuva kokuthi loyo muntu loyo ke emise imoto yakhe kwase kwenzekani?
ila bangisusa khona bawungishayela emathuneni bangisusa lapho khona abantu abangibonayo.
That's where they took me away, that there were people that could see me, so they removed me from there and went and assaulted me at the cemetery.
You mentioned that a plastic head was placed over your head. How did you see that that Constable Buthelezi then trampled on your handcuffs and kicked you if your head was covered in a plastic?
Uma uthi ke, sorry, la ekhanda babekufake uplastic, wabona kanjani ke ukuthi ke uConstable Buthelezi uyena ke ukunyathela kozankosi nokuthi ke uyakhahlela uma kuwukuthi babekufake uplastic ekhanda?
Ngase ngibabonile phela. Ngaqala ngababona ukuthi ngobani because nasi sifika se police station sebengibhalisa laphana base isusile lokho abakufaka ekhanda ngabona ukuthi nawo umuntu ade ngixolo ozankosi ngifaka no plastic ekhanda.
I had already seen them. I already identified who is who. And even at the time when I was taken to the police station to go and sign there, they had already removed what was covering their faces. So I was able to say that this is the person that trampled on the handcuffs.
So when did you realize that it was Constable Buthelezi who pressed his boots on your handcuffs and kicked you?
Wase ukwazi nini ke ukuthi ke kwakuyena uConstable Buthelezi umuntu ke owagqoba ozankosi ngawo amabhutsi akhe?
Ngambona.
I saw him.
When at the time when this was happening?
Umbona ngalesikhathi ekwenza lokho.
Ezofaka uplastic ngapha ngemuva. Manje ngozakhothi kanje umuntu ekufasa ngozakhothi uyakhona ukumbona so. Awena ekufasa ngozakhothi lokhu ubheke phambili udu.
When he was coming from behind to come and put the plastic over me, when you are handcuffed, you are able to turn around and see a person. It's not to say that you are only gonna look ahead of you. You are able to look back and see the person.
Yeah, but Mr. Zungu, it's not clear. So how were you able to identify Constable Buthelezi as the person who pressed his boots on your handcuffs and kicked you? Can you explain how were you able to identify him?
Akukacacile ukuthi ke kwenzeka kanjani noma kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi ke umboneke uConstable Buthelezi ukuthi yena wagqoba ozankosi uma wakhahlela nokhahlela uma kuwukuthi ke wawufaka uplastic ekhanda.
Uplastic akawufaki kanye mengixoboza ukuthi ufike ugxoboza ukuthi ngapha ngemva ngikade uplastic ekhanda ngihle iphansi kaso.
What happened is that he came, he then pressed with his boots on my handcuffs, and then he placed the plastic over me. He first started with the pressing of the handcuffs with his boots, and then he placed the plastic.
So in other words, the order of events was that Constable Buthelezi first pressed his boots on your handcuffs and kicked you before the plastic was placed over your head. Is that
Okusho ukuthi ke waqala ngokuthi ke agqoba ozankosi akhahlele ngaphambi kokuthi afake uplastic.
Waqala ugxoboza ukuthi bangifaka uplastic ekhanda.
The first thing that he did was to press with his boots on the on the handcuffs. He then placed the plastic over me, over my head.
So are you saying that it's Constable Buthelezi who placed the plastic bag over your head?
Uthi ke uyena uConstable Buthelezi umuntu ofaka uplastic ekhanda? Yes.
You see, when we testified, evidence in chief, the order of events that you gave was as follows: that you were taken to a municipal area, you were made to sit down, your legs were stretched, you were handcuffed at the back, and a plastic was put over your head by an unknown Metro Police officer. But now you say it was Constable Buthelezi who put the plastic bag over your head.
Indlela ke oyisho ngayo ngaphambili ke lo nkathi ke uthula ubufakazi uthe wathathwa ke wahanjiswa kuleyo ndawo kamasipala wahlaliswa phansi ke lapho wafakwe ozankosi wase ufakwa ke uplastic yiphoyisa ongalazi manje ke uyasho ke uthi kwaku constable Buthelezi umuntu wakufaka le plastic.
Angiphinde futhi ngimcacisele ubaba ngoba ngiyabona khona phakathi ideka khona or ufuna ukungiphazamisa ubufakazi wami.
Let me explain this again because I see that you're confused somewhere or you are trying to confuse my testimony.
Yes, explain.
Ubaba ngimchazela ukuthi mangisuka endlini ngiphuma endlini bengikhombisa itablet ephone bangibuza amantombazana bathi amantombazana ngobani la amantombazana ayi2 singakafika masipala.
I did explain that when we left the house I was shown the tablet and these two ladies were pointed out to me. That was before we even reached the municipal area.
Mr. Zungu, I'm quoting to what you testified in your evidence in chief. You testified that you were taken to the municipal area, you were made to sit down, your legs were stretched and you were handcuffed at the back, and a plastic was put over your head by an unknown Metro Police officer.
Babuzungu ngikufundela ubufakazi bakho into owayikhuluma noma ke owayisho la enkantolo ukuthi ke wahanjiswa ke wathathwa wasiwa kuyona le ndawo le kamasipala wahlaliswa phansi ke inyawo zakho ke zikanjena ke ufakwe ozankosi wase ufakwa uplastic ufakwa yiphoyisa owawungalazi ngikufundela ubufakazi ngalendlela ke owakusho ngayo la enkantolo.
Are you denying that that is your evidence?
Ingabe uyakuphikisa yini ukuthi ubufakazi bakho lobo?
Cha khona bevuma umchazela khona ngeke uphikise ukuthi ngafaka iphoyisa engalazi ukufaka iphoyisa engalazi ngifaka semotweni siyakhuphuka sisuka endlini amaphoyisa ayo3 emotweni ebomvu igolf ebomvu iphoyisa la ngifaka uplastic akaze ngilibone la lungubani ayo3 semotweni ngikhuphuka ngawo beqedwe ukungikhombisa isithombe amantombazana sesithombeni kwi tablet.
I would not dispute that. The issue of the unknown police officer, there were 3 police officers. That is now when we were in the vehicle, the red Golf, after I'd been shown this tablet with these 2 ladies. That is the one that I am referring to as we were traveling in the vehicle.
Yes. Mr. Zungu, and we traversing this issue with you for the last time. Your evidence was that, and it was very clear that it was an unknown Metro Police officer who put a plastic over your head.
Sizophinda ke lo daba lolu ke ngicabanga ukuthi ke sizophinda ke okugcina ke ukuthi ke ubufakazi bakho babucacile nje usho ukuthi ke kwakuyiphoyisa owawungalazi leli elawufaka uplastic ekhanda.
Sisekuphi sikwamasipala masisuka endlini?
When was it, when we were at the municipal area or when we were leaving the house?
So we're talking about all the time about the municipal area, the incidents at the municipal area.
Ngaso sonke ke isikhathi baba lana sikhuluma ke ngaloko kwenzeka lapha yakwamasipala.
Baba lo emfundweni khona pha idwamafu nebhida khona. Baba lo mfika ngamtshela ukuthi okokuqala bangifaka uplastic ukuthi ukukhombisa izithombe zamantombazana bengithi ukuthi ngiyawazi.
Okay, maybe there is where you are confusing my evidence because what I said to you, Advocate Baloyi, is that it was after they showed me the pictures of the ladies when they put the plastic over me for the first time. After showing me those pictures of those ladies, yebo?
Ngafika kwamasipala phela ngaze ngafika ngafeyida khona bengithela ngamanzi. Umuntu wangifaka uplastic ngambona ukuthi ubani lapho sengilapha kwamasipala.
We then got to the municipal area. That is where I fainted and then they poured some water on me. Now the person that put plastic over me there at the municipal area, I saw who that person was.
And you say it was Constable Buthelezi?
Yeah. Yes.
We leave it there for argument. The further impression that you created in your evidence was that at the stage when Constable Buthelezi pressed his boots on your handcuffs and kicked you, that you were covered by a plastic over your head at that point.
Okunye futhi ke okushilo ke noma ke okuzwakale ngokungathi ke ukuthi ngesikhathi ke uConstable Buthelezi eqindezela ke ama handcuffs lana ekhahlela ke ngendlela okusho ngayo ukuthi ke lokho kwenzeka nkathi ufake uplastic ebusweni.
But your evidence now is that That happened before a plastic was put over your head.
Kodwa ke manje kubufakazi oqeda ubusho ke manje uyasho ke ukuthi lokho kwenzeka ngaphambilini kokuthi uplastic ufakwe ekhanda.
Baba musungiphazamisa ngiyaphinda ngiyasho. Ngisuke endlini ngihamba namaphoyisa emotweni amaphoyisa bewu3 emotweni.
Please do not confuse my evidence. I'm repeating this, that when I left the house, I was in the company of 3 police officers inside that vehicle. Yebo?
Yes, Mr. Zungu, we've already covered those aspects. What we want to find out is at the time when you say Constable Zungu pressed his boots on your handcuffs and kicked you, was there a plastic over your head or not?
Bese singulile lapho baba uhodwa nje kukodwa nje ngokubuzayo ukuthi ngizama ukuthi ngizwe kuwena ukuthi ke ngenkathi uConstable Buthelezi egqoboza Nkosi ingabe uplastic busufakiwe noma ubungekafakwa yini? That was before the plastic was put over my head.
So if an impression was created in your evidence in chief that that Constable Buthelezi pressed his boots on your handcuffs and kicked you whilst a plastic was put over your head, that would be incorrect.
Okusho ukuthi uma bekuzwakele ingathi kubufakazi bakho ngaphambilini uma kuzwakele ingathi ngale nkathi lokho kwenzeka egqoboza Nkosi ekhahlela ukuthi ke uplastic busufakwe kusho ukuthi lokho beku-wrong uma bekuzwakele ngale yondlela ukuthi ugqobe wasekhahlela uplastic usufakiwe kusho ukuthi lokho beku-wrong.
Ugqobe ekuqala kuza kuthi wangifaka uplastic.
First step
ngambona kanjani umuntu engifaka uplastic qala mase ngigcoba kuza kuthi?
First stepped on the handcuffs and then put the plastic over my head. How can I see someone pressing on my handcuffs if there's a plastic over my head?
Yes, that was precisely the point. That is why we asked you that question as to how were you able to identify Constable Buthelezi if a plastic was put over your head? As indicated in your evidence in chief.
Iloko bezama ukuthi sikuzweke nathi sikubuza kona ukuthi bekwenzeka kanjani uma ukuthi uplastic ubufakwe bese kubuza lokho kuphela.
Anyway, you say you were taken to after the assault at the municipal area, you were taken to a graveyard where you were further assaulted. Is that correct?
Uthi ke nase nihamba ke lapho kwindawo kaMasipala naya ke emathunini yilaba aqhubekayo ukushaya khona. Yes.
You testify that Constable Mapumulo kicked you with his knee on the chest. Is that correct?
Ushilo ke ukuthi ke uConstable Maphumulo wakhahlela ke ngedolo la esifubeni.
Yebo.
Yes.
And you further testify that you were assaulted until 4 o'clock in the morning.
Nokuthi ke base bekushaya kwaze kwashaya u4 ekseni.
Laba ngisakhona epolice station ekseni.
That's where they then took me to the police station in the morning.
And you testify that as a result of the assault, you sustained an injury on the left arm measuring 4 centimeters
Ushilo
in
ukuthi
length and 2 centimeters in breadth and a 1.5 centimeter scar on the right wrist.
Ushilo ukuthi ke kuloko ke wase ulimala ke lana ke kule ngalo noma ke kule sandla lesisanga sekwesokunxele nokulimala lokho ke kwaqalwa ke uma ngabe ukuthi yakhumbula wase ulimala futhi ke nala I think cabanga ukuthi isandla sakho sokudla. Yes, I remember.
Yes. Now, what was the nature of these injuries? Were they open wounds or cut wounds that were bleeding?
Ukulimala lokhu ke kwakulimala ke kuyinhlobo enjani ke ukuthi ke wawulimele ngokuthi ke kwavulekile kwaphuma igazi wawulimele kanjani?
Kwaphuma igazi angathi hamba ohlwayeni phansi kwanamatshe amancane phansi.
I was bleeding and there were some of these little stones like in but very little on the ground. So uthi lamatshe ayenzani?
Ayenzancane ayihlaba.
Oh, ayihlaba la. Oh, okay.
Angifisa ukuthi bengqinqa phansi.
As I was lying down and then I was being rolled, handcuffed. So these little stones were then hurting me. That is now in the injuries that were bleeding.
So the injuries were visible.
Kwakuwukulimala okubonakalayo lokho.
namanje ngoke kubone nje bazi zakhona.
Even now, as you are still able to see the injury.
When you arrived at the police station, were you still bleeding from the wounds?
Ngathi ke nifike police station ngaba ke kwakusaphuma igazini lapho.
Ngagqoka avalon uyangabe bayibona. Abelibona igazi ngifaka avalon ngabuyisela avalon yadima ngicaba ngibophele inqondo la.
I was wearing an overall, so they would not have been able to see the injuries because first it was tied around my waist, so I had put it back on, so they would not have been able to see the injuries.
You testify that you were first taken to Goldsport police station. Is it the same as Fosolores police station?
Ushilo ukuthi ke bakuhambisa ke babusa ke ku police station yase Goldsport. Ingaba kuyi police station yodwa nale yase Fosolores?
Yeah, we police station one.
Yes, it's the same police station.
Is it the police station that is visible on the photos 9 and 11? Photo 9 and photo 10, as well as photo 11, starting at photo 9.
Iyona le police station bonakalayo la ku photo 9, isithombe u9,
Photo 10,
u10
photo 11.
kanye no11. Sikhuluma ngayo le police station.
Yeah, yeah, police station.
Yes, it is.
Why do you call it Goldsport police station?
Kungani uma ukhuluma ngayo uthi i-Goldsport police station?
But you play police station.
Where is this police station situated?
Yes, but is it not known as Fosolores police station?
Kanti uma ibizwa akuthiwa yini i-Fosolores police station?
Thina siya police station for sport.
When we refer to it, we say we go to the police station at the Goldsport.
You testify that you were made to sit and forms were completed there at the police station. The Fosolores police station, is that correct?
Ushilo ukuthi wahlaliswa phansi ke kwase ke kugcwaliswa ke amaform noma ke kubhalwa ke emaphepheni ke khona lapho police station eFosolores.
Yebo.
Yes.
What forms were completed?
Yiwaphi lamaphepha ayigcwaliswa?
Angwazi.
I don't know.
Do you know if a docket was open against you?
Ungabe uyazi yini ukuthi ke kunedokodo elavulwa ke livulelwa wena?
Angazi bangitshela bavula icala bangithole nginesibhamu endlini.
I don't know. They informed me that they were opening a case against me, that I was found in possession of a firearm.
So there was a docket that was open there at the police station.
Okusho ukuthi ngempela likhona idokodo elavulwa lapha police station livulelwa wena.
Angazi.
I don't know.
Do you know if a docket was then opened at any point for possession of firearm?
Lokuthi ke watholakala unesibhamu ke ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi kukhona nje la ekwavula khona ke icala noma ke idokodo livulela sona isibhamu leso.
If you say that, if you maintain that you don't know if a docket was open at that point at Fosolores police station.
Uma uthi ngaleso sikhathi leso awazi ukuthi likhona yini elavula, kodwa nje ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi noma ke kungasona leso sikhathi leso noma ngasiphi isikhathi uyazi nje ukuthi likhona elavula livulela ukuthi watholakala unesibhamu?
Alikho.
None.
Now, according to your evidence, you say you had visible injuries even though they were covered in the overalls that you were wearing.
Uyasho ke ukuthi yebo ukulimala wawulimele, Noma ke nje ukulimala lokho ke kwakumbozwe iyona ke overall le oyigqokile.
Is it correct?
Ukanjani?
Angiphinde futhi ngicacisele kwi-Avalon. I-Avalon ngathi ngigumlile. Ngifase eqolo.
Let me start with the overall. I had taken it off and then it was tied around my waist. Yep.
Ngayibuyisela emzimbeni e-police station ngaze akekho wangibona ukuthi nginegazi la. Because ngayibona sengisephimbrozi ukuthi ngilimele kanje.
I then put it back on. At the police station, no one saw me that I was bleeding or that I had blood because it was in Primrose where I realized that I was injured. So I put it back on.
So you say from the time that you were assaulted up until First Flores police station, you did not realize that you had sustained injuries, that you were bleeding.
Ingabe uthi kusukela ngesikhathi oshaywa ngaso kwazi kwayisikhathi la niyofika khona ke First Flores police station wawungayiboni ukuthi ke ulimele ngale yandlela noma ke ukuphuma igazi.
Khona into ofune understand ngiyakuza. Umuntu mayeshayelwa ekungane yohlwayo uyahuzwa vele nganyama ngathi mhlophe awuthi kuphuma igazi liyagobhoza igazi no.
There's something that needs to be understood here. When you are being assaulted and you are down on the ground, on the floor, and the place, it's also a sort of a rough place, gravel-like place. So when you are assaulted and it's sort of like not a scar, sort of like a scar, and then you see some of your flesh peeling off. Not to say that you are bleeding profusely, but it's just that your skin gets to be removed.
Did you not start bleeding after the assaults there at the graveyard?
Laphayana emathuneni emuva kokuthi usoshayiweke laphayana azange liphume igazi.
Akaze kuphume igazi ethi lento angizounderstand kanjani. Lokho ngikhuluma into eyodwa mfuna mangahle ngikhombise nizoyibona lento.
I'm repeating the same thing. Maybe if I were to show this, it would be seen.
Umkhuzu ngahuzuka. Awuthi wadabo kwaphuma igazi. Ukhuzuka manje ukhuzuka kanje umuntu osuke enokuzeni ewile mhlawumbe ewegibela imbongolo. Yamuthi ukhuzuka kanjani umuntu akusikho ukuthi vele udabukile kwaphuma igazi.
This is not that to say that there was a tear in my flesh, but this is just a bruise. This is what I'm referring to. So you won't be able to see blood because this is bruising.
An abrasion, you say?
Umkhuzuko lo usho ukuthi umkhuzuko.
Ukhona ukhuzuka usuke esikhumba lesi. Igazi alisheshe liphume lapho.
There is this like in bruising or abrasion that where it's just that the skin that peels off, but you won't be able to immediately see blood there.
But earlier on, Mr. Zungu, we asked you if you sustained open wounds or cuts that were bleeding, and you confirmed that you were bleeding.
Ngaphambilini sikubuzile noma ngikubuzile ke ukuthi ke ukulimala lokho kwalimala ngendlela yokuthi ke kwakuvulekile nokuthi ke kwaphuma igazini wavuma ke nawe.
Igazi liyaphuma hayi ukuthi ligobhoze. Mawukuthi umuntu uhuzukile.
There is indeed the blood, but it's not to say that it was bleeding profusely or there was blood oozing out.
And where you were injured by the stones, what injuries did you sustain there?
La kule ndawo khona ke uthi ke lamatshe amancane wona ke ayikulimaza khona ke kuhlaba khona ke kwakukanjani lapho?
Umuntu mayihamba ohlwayeni uyahuzuka. Awudabuki ukuthi uphume igazi same time. Ukhona ulima ukuthi uphume igazi. Usale umgquthi ulima lapho yakubona umhuzuko ngahuzuka.
This
ngoba ngisho ukuthi ngaze ngabona sengisephimbrozi ukuthi ngilimele kanje.
There is this where you like you are bleeding and it's like oozing out, you're bleeding profusely. But here it is as a result of the surface that I was on, and it was just the bruising or the abrasion. And it was at Primrose where I then realized that, oh, this is how I'm injured, or how badly I'm injured.
Anyway, we leave that for argument. You say that water was also poured over you, is that correct?
Ushilo ke nokuthi asikudluleke lapho. Ushilo nokuthi ke wathelwa ngamanzi.
Eqaleni kwamasipala.
That was now at the first time at the municipal area upon arrival there.
So you were also wet, is that correct?
Okusho ukuthi wawumanzi.
Yewangemanzi.
Yes, I was wet.
Now, did the police at Fosolores police station notice your injuries?
Ingabe amaphoyisa e-police station yase-Vosloorus abona yini ukuthi ulimele?
Labona lapho salikhona lapha kathi ugcwalisa amaphepha laphana. La ngibona.
The police officer.
Ngisakhomba ukuthi lunga kodwa khona la ngibona lo.
The police officer that was there at the time when the documents were being completed, although I won't be able to point that police officer out, but that police officer noticed.
Yes, and what was his comment
Wasithi,
about the injuries?
uma ebona ukuthi ulimele yini awayisho.
Wayengeke ngibuza wangibuza nje ngenzeni. Ngamtshela ngazi nami ngenzeni.
He would not have asked me, the only thing that he asked me, what have I done or what did I do? I then said, I don't know as to what it is that I did.
No, but about the injuries. You
Ukhuluma
say
ngokulimala.
he saw the injuries. What steps did he take as a result of the injuries?
Ngisho ukulimala lokho, yini awayenza noma awayisho uma ebona ukuthi ulimele.
Lutho ipholisa lasondela kimi ngoba sengilapha sebenginqisa ithupha. Labo usikwenze njani? Ngangihlezi ngedwa lapha mina. Futhi ngisho ngena ngiyobhala amaphepha wabhala lapha bangifaka eofisini eli1 la.
Nothing.
Bephambi kwena kuza lapha okugcwaswa khona ama affidavit ngangekho lapha.
Nothing. The police officer only came closer to me when my thumbprints were being taken. But when the documentation was being completed there, I was not anywhere near them there. Even upon arrival, I was placed in isolation in an office there.
Did he see the injuries at the time when he was taking your thumbprints?
Ukulimala ukuthi ulimele ingaba lokho wakubona ngale nkathi uginqiswa ithupha.
Ngabona sengisephi road ngilimele kanje.
Hayi wena usho iphoyisa uma libona lelo uthi labona nkathi uginqiswa ithupha.
La ngibona ngigcwele ihlabathi angiyobhuqa ukuthi ngenzeni.
I was just like covered in sand. So, and then that's when the police officer asked me as to what did I do.
But did he ask you as to what happened to you, as to why you were full of sand?
Ekubuza ukuthi kwenzekani kuwena kungani ugcwele inhlabathi.
Wenzeni?
What did you do
Wenzeni?
that you were assaulted by the police in this manner? What did you do?
And did he also ask you as to why you were wet?
Ingabe wakubuza yini ukuthi kwakungani umanzi?
Akaze ngibuza. Wabuza ngenzani angazisithola isikhathi sokukhuluma naye. Wawukhona amaphoyisa la nahlalela. Ayekhona lana engishaya lapha. Akazisithola isikhathi sokubuza yena into ayisiza ngayo ukuthi ezonginika lokho uginqa ukuyithupha lokho kumnyama lokho okuginqwayo nephepha la yabhala kulo amaphoyisa. Wayengahlezi naye wathi nje quwa buyohamba.
No, he didn't. Only came to me just to give me that pad where you are taking your thumbprints. There were police officers that were there, so I never had the chance or the time to be able to speak to that police officer. So he gave me that pad for the thumbprints and he left again.
Did you open a charge against the police officer? Did you lay a charge against the police officers at that point who assaulted you?
Ingabe wawabophisa yini amaphoyisa la akushaya ngaleso sikhathi?
Ngangeke ngiwabophisa amaphoyisa athi yiwo abopha abantu. Ngeke boshwe wona.
I would not have been able to lay a charge against the police. They said that they are the ones that do the arrest. They won't be arrested.
Now, you testify that you were transferred to Primrose Police Station. You arrived there at about 4:20 in the morning. Is that correct?
Ushilo-ke nokuthi wasuhanjiswa usuka khona-ke ePrimrose nokuthi-ke wafika khona ngo-4:20 ePrimrose Police Station.
Isikhathi angisho ukuthi ngafika ngoba ePimbrose. Ngathi ngahamba ekuseni ngaye ePimbrose. Isikhathi sokufika ngaze sibona.
I did not mention the time of arrival at Primrose Police Station. I said I was taken in the morning.
You say upon your arrival at Primrose Police Station, you asked one of the police officers as to what time it was, and he said it was 5 o'clock.
Ushilo-ke ubufakazi bakho ukuthi-ke nkathi nifika-ke lapho ePrimrose wase ukhuluma nephoyisa thizeni-ke lapho walibuza isikhathi laphendula-ke lathi u-5.
Is that correct?
Yes.
We just want to show you the extract of the Primrose cell register and the occurrence book. Malot, we made copies at the previous time. We're not sure if these were handed up to the court as exhibits.
No, I did not receive any.
No, that's a good, please.
I'll get some after, I suppose.
We have made copies and provided my colleagues with copies of the occurrence book and the cell register. Well, both documents will be handed up as exhibit ZZ. 4. A will be the occurrence book, and exhibit ZZ. 4B will be the cell register. Thank you. The original of the OB, it's there in front of you. Yes, that one. That is, yes.
What you guess a police station then sorry, listen. Primrose.
We wish to refer to entry 145.
Now.
Entry 145, there's a name, Sifiso Zungu.
Negama lapha uSifiso Zungu.
That refers to yourself, is it correct?
Khuluma ngawe la kunjalo.
In the first column, it says full name and surname. It says Sifiso Zungu, that's yourself, is it correct?
When uSifiso Zungu angithi? Yes, it's me.
It says age, Oderdom 29.
Abhala kuneminyaka laphayana, bhala 29.
Was it your age at the time?
Ngaleso sikhathi leso kwakuyiminyaka yakho leyo?
Yeah, ngiyacabanga.
Yes, I think so.
Then the gender is there, male, and the date, it says 2020/6/23. So it's the 23rd of June, 2020.
Wasekubhalwa-ke umuntu wesilisa idate u-23 June 2020.
Then the next column, column 5, it says arrest, offense, possession of unlicensed firearm.
Okulandelayo-ke kwabhala laphayana-ke boshwa noma-ke icala-ke kubhaliwe-ke tholakala nesibhamu esingekho emthethweni. Yeah.
Then column 5.4 says the case number Phosphorus 295/6/2020.
Number ke yecala leyana ke uFosterus u29506/2020.
Then under column 7, the heading is Constitutional Rights. 7.2 it says notice number R8176427.
Bese kuthi lana ke ku7 kubhalwa ke amalungelo ke ngokomthetho sisekelo kune number ke bhalwayo babhala ngokuthi ke i notice number R8176427.
We'll get back to that notice number in a while. Column 8, it says detained. Says the date in column 8.1, the date is 23 June 2020. And it says the time 05:10.
Bese kuthi lana ke ku8 lana ke ovalelwe khona ke u23 June 2020 isikhathi u5:10 ekseni.
Will that be correct?
Kuyiqiniso lokho noma ungathi ku right ngale yandlela kubhalwe ngayo.
Ngicela ukubuyela lapha esibhamini. Isibhami engashashwa ngaso babesithatha wakusibhamisini leso.
I would like to get back to the firearm. The firearm that I was charged for, what kind of a firearm was that?
Yes, but we're just talking about the entries in the occurrence book, exhibit ZZZ4A. Is that information correct as depicted here?
Sisakhuluma nje ngalokhu okubhaliwe ke lana ilokhu abakubhalile ke bona la kusuka la eqaleni igama iminyaka ukuthi umuntu wesilisa idate ukuthi nje lokhu abakubhalile ke lana ukuthi sabuza ngakho ukuthi nje ku right yini.
Isikhathi ngeke ngibe nayo sure kodwa khona ngabuza ukuthi mina yathi u5 isikhathi.
I won't be certain about the time, but there's a lady that I inquired from, and then she told me that the time was 5 o'clock.
If we can then have a look at the cell register, exhibit ZZB.
Sibuke lena ke incwadi manje.
There's an entry against the serial number 2148 at 05:10. This is the time that we've just put in record that appears against your name.
Just a moment.
It says time 05:10. It says prisoner received as per SAP 14/145/6/2020 on CAS 295/6/20 for possession of unlicensed firearm. Do you agree that the particulars that
Sorry,
appear
Bangladesh. On this book that you referred me to, yeah, it's 5, 5:30, 5:45, 5:46. There's no 5:10.
entry 2148? Can I just? It's this one. It's entry 2148. At 05:10, the date there, it's 23 June 2020, Tuesday. You see that right at the top?
Yes.
Do you see that?
Uyabona ke lana ke ngolesibili idate u23 June 2020 bhalwe lana ngaphansi kwakhe u2148 isikhathi u10:05.
Yes. And the entry there against serial number 2148 at 05:10 reads as follows. Prisoner received as per SAP 14/145/6/2020. Do you see that? Do you see that that information accords with the information that is recorded in Exhibit ZZZ4A,
ukuthi lokhu okubhalwe lana
the
ke
occurrence book?
kuyashoka ukuthi ngo-5:10 isiboshwa ke samukelwa ke noma satholakala ke na ngokwe SAP 14/145/06/2020 ucase 295/06/2020 uthi ke umshushisi mayikushoka ukuthi lokhu ke okubhalwe lana ke ukuthi ke kuyahambisana ke nalokhu okubhalwe la kule ncwadi besiqedwe uyifunda manje lena.
The SAP 14/145/6/2020 appears on column 1 of the occurrence book, Exhibit ZZZ4A, and the CAS 295/6/2020 appears in column 5 at 5.4, stated First Lawrence CAS 295/6/2020, and at paragraph 5.3 of column 5, it stated possession of unlicensed firearm.
Ukuthi ke lemininingwane ela iyatholakala ke nala nangu loya 145 ukhona la ku1 kulena ke incwadi ebizwa ngokuthi ke occurrence book uyena ke loya obhalwe lapha 145/06/2020 bese kuyashiwa ke ukuthi ke futhi uboshelwe ukutholakala ke unesibambo ngekho emthethweni okubhaliwe ke nalana bese kuthi naleya number ke yeqala noma kubizwa ngokuthi phecelezi ke iCAS number u295/06/2020 ukhona la nangu ukhona nalapha ya ukuthi ke uthi ke lokho kubhalwe ngala kuyatholakala nakule incwadi kubhaliwe nangala.
Do you see that?
Cha, bona nje lokho nibhizinisi ngifundela incwadi le enifundisayo nala. Akukho konke into enikhuluma la. Isibhamu sangena noma phumula endlini. Washutha ngaphansi kombhedo wami. Manje lokho nibhizinisi ngatholanga nesibhamu. Yini pho ngingayanga khotha ngokukhuluma indaba ecala.
This which is
ngathola nesibhamu. Wena manje ngole zithupha nje nxa isibhamu sebanqamla kusamanga.
this which is being read out to me now, it's not true because the person that came with the firearm or that entered my residence with the firearm was Mapumulo, and now I've got some record with regard to my fingerprints because of this firearm. Why did I never attend court and have a trial for this firearm?
The entry further reads, without any complaints or visible injuries.
Kuyaqhutshekwa ke kubhaliwe laphayana ukuthi ke akukho akhala ngako akukho futhi nokulimala okubonakalayo.
And it says Sifiso Zungu, and there's a signature there of Sergeant Mohani.
Bhaliwe ke negama Sifiso Zungu waseyasayinda ke uSergeant Mohani khona laphayana.
Now, what is your comment on the fact that the entry says here, without any complaints or visible injuries?
Uthini ke manje wena ke kuloko okubhalwe la ukuthi ke akukho nje owafike wakhala ngako nokuthi ke akukho nokulimala futhi okwakukhona okwakubonakala.
Ubani ongibuzayo?
Who asked me?
Well, the person who made this entry, and it was also confirmed by Sergeant Mohani.
Umuntu ke owabhala lokho kwase ke kuyaqinisekiswa uyena ke uSergeant Mohani.
Hayi.
No,
Ayinamanga lento.
this person is telling lies.
It appears it's Constable Ndou.
Bukaka ngathi ke uConstable Ndou. Ndou from where?
At Primrose Police Station.
A police station as a Primrose.
Hayi shuthi nawo namanga.
Which means Ndou is also a liar.
So God please, Malotos, it's time for the long adjournment. So can we take the long adjournment?
Okay, 2 o'clock.
entries in Exhibit ZZZ 4 in brackets B, the cell occurrence book, and comparing the information to Exhibit ZZZ 4 in brackets A, the cell register. We've put you the entries made in the cell phone occurrence book at 0510 against the serial number 2148, namely that there were no complaints or visible injuries regarding your detention.
Sikhumbuzeke mnumzane Zungu ukuthi sengaphansi kwesifungo. Lana ke bese sakufundela ke okubhaliwe kule incwadi nokubhaliwe lana kule incwadi ukuthi kuyahambelana. Sagcina la kubhaliwe ke khona ukuthi akukho ke owakhala ngakho nokuthi kwangekho nokulimala okwakubonakala.
Right, the next entry in Exhibit ZZZ 4 in brackets B, the cell occurrence book against the serial number 2149 at 0515 reads as follows. Cells visited by Warrant Officer Vuma and Sergeant Ndluli, 3 units in custody without any complaints.
Masiqhubeka ke sifunda lana ngaphansi kwakhe u2149 ubhaliwe isikhathi u5:15 5:15 ekseni ukuthi ke baya emaselini abantu babeyile uyena uwarrant officer Vuma kanye nosergeant Mdluli ethi ke washo ukuthi ke kunabantu abathathu lapho ngaphaka ababevalele estoksini akukho abakhala ngakho.
Now, I must raise an objection to this one. That entry 2149 that was made allegedly at 0515, it only speaks about 3 units who were in custody who, according to this entry, were without any complaints. This entry does not specifically talk to Mr. Kwabeni. It doesn't say Mr. Kwabeni was among those 3 people who were in that unit. So this cannot therefore be inferred that Mr. Kwabeni, without the proper identification, that Mr. Kwabeni was one of those 3 people. That is very unfair, my lord.
Yes, Mr.
As a court, please, my lord, we went through the same process when we're dealing with the Villeria police station entries. The fact of the matter is the witness was detained there is for him to comment as to whether he's one of the 3 units. If he feels that this entry doesn't refer to him, he's at liberty to do so. But this entry in our submission, my lord, refers or flows directly from the previous entry at 2148, and this is 2149. We have seen the name of Sifiso Zungu there at 2148, and this is the next entry at, and the previous entry was at 0510. This entry is at 0515. 5 minutes thereafter. It's for the witness to comment on that, my lord.
The witness. My lord.
Yes, sir.
Cha. Osekade ngisacela ukuthi ubabaloyi ephinde engibuyelele la ukuthi amaphoyisa angithatha zingaki insuku engithatha endlini eForce.
Phinde singaki nje?
Zazi kwawuzingaki
Oh,
date.
okay. If I were to request Advocate Baloyi to just maybe go back to and inform me as to the date on which the police arrested me from my place of residence.
Yes, we put it to you, Mr. Zungu, that we will get to your statement in due course, but the date thereon is 24 June 2020. And we then put it to that it can therefore be accepted that when you were arrested, it was on the 22nd of June 2020.
22nd.
Yes, 22nd of June 2020.
Nshilo ke manje kuma nawe ukuthi sobuyela kusona ke statement kodwa ke manje kwaloko okubhalwe lapha yana ke sesingamukela ukuthi ke ilanga lokuboshwa kwabungazo i22 June 2020.
Right? But even based on the cell phone occurrence, the cell register occurrence book, exhibit ZZZ 4B, the date thereon is Tuesday, the 23rd of June 2020.
Kodwa ke uma singasebenzisa njena ke lena incwadi kuphela ke iyasho ke yona ke lana uba kubhaliwe ngolesibili i23 zika June ngo2020 le incwadi le esifunda kuyona ke uma sibuka yona nje kuphela.
And the cell register SAP 14 as per exhibit ZZZ in brackets 4 in brackets A indicate that you were detained on the 23rd of June 2020.
Nala masibheka kulona masibuka yona ke lena incwadi iyasho ke ukuthi ke uma uvalelwa ke kwakungazo i23 zika June 2020 ubhaliwe la na i-date ibhaliwe.
Do you have any comment?
Ukhona ofisa kusho?
Aish, ngiyakhala kahle kahle yabona nje lento enibhalela into benzenzela yona ninodwa la benzenzela khona angiyazi nayo ke lento kwakhona labantu ukuthi bafika ke maba u3 labo basho njengamanje ngeke ngisho ukuthi icourt ekhuluma iphutha ngizosho umuntu ofundayo lento le ukuthi uyena umuntu okhuluma iphutha ngekhuluma ekhuluma la.
These things that are being written here or said here about me, these are things that you made up by yourselves, wherever it is that you made them up. Even these 3 people that are being mentioned here that visited me, I wouldn't say that it is the court that's making a mistake, but the person that is reading this out is the one that's making a mistake.
Mr. Gwabeni, Mr. Zungu, these are official police documents, and the entries were made by the police in their official capacity in the execution of their duties.
Lezi uyibonayo la phambi kwakho incwadi ke esemthethweni zasemaphoyiseni ezisetshenziswa amaphoyisa nokubhaliwe ke lana kwakuyingxenye yomsebenzi wabo abakwenzayo bekwenza besemsebenzini.
Bekwenza bevumelene nobani?
Having agreed with whom when they did it? Who did they have an agreement with?
And the law says in terms of section 234 of the Criminal Procedure Act that official documents are admissible.
Ngokomthetho okufundayo uadvocate lapha yana ukuthi ke incwadi lezi ke zasemthethweni incwadi ke ezivumelekile noma ezamukelekile.
Right. Can we then get back to the entries?
As it pleases the court, my lord, I think we need to clarify this point. The laws are very specific. They're saying prima facie. Prima facie does not mean conclusively. If one of the entries in those books in terms of section 213 is put in dispute, then he who wants to use that entry will then have the obligation to call the person who made that entry. Now the question directly to the state, because he wants to force this down the throat of this witness, will the state then be calling the person who made this entry to come and confirm that indeed when he made this entry, this witness was one of those 3 inmates who were in the cells?
Yes, what does the law say, Mr.?
Well, we just refer to section 234, that these are official documents, and perhaps just for
No, just read that section.
for the
so that
edification
we
of
all
everyone.
understand it.
We'll just read section 234 again.
Right.
Subsection 1 states, it shall at criminal proceedings be sufficient proof.
Sufficient proof,
Yes.
not prima facie proof.
An original official document which is in the custody or under the control of any state official by virtue of his office if a copy thereof or an extract thereof certified as a true copy or extract by the head of the department concerned or by any state official authorized thereto by such head is produced in evidence at such proceedings. Well, it says it's sufficient proof.
Yeah, fine, okay.
It constitutes sufficient proof.
Ngokwaloko kufundwa ke lapha umshushisi ngokomthetho ke ukuthi ke incwadi lezi ke okuyincwadi ke ebuya ke emaphoyiseni noma ikuphi ke la embusweni incwadi eziwubufakazi ke obanele phambi kwayo inkantolo.
My lord, weight and relevance are two different concepts. Weight is the it's the value that must be attached to the evidence, and that will be argued at the end of the case. But at this point, it's about relevance, whether the document is relevant, and it's relevant if it can help to clarify the issues that are in dispute, my lord, over and above what Section 234 says. I don't know if there's still any objection from my colleague. Mr. Zungu, we were dealing with the entry at 2149 at 0515, says cells visited by Warren of Savuma and Sergeant Luli, 3 units in custody without any complaints. Do you have any comment?
Ngabe khona yini ofisa ukusho lana kuloko kubhalwe la ukuthi ke baya ke emaseleni kubhalwe ngaphansi kwakhe u2149 isikhathi kwaku515 ukuthi kwakuyena ke uwarrant officer Vuma kanye naye uSergeant Mdluli bathola ke kunabantu abathathu emaseleni akekho ke noyedwa ke owaba nesikhalo bona amanga. Those are lies.
Yes. Well, we can also mention, my lord, that the original of the cell occurrence book and cell register are at court, and that is.
Can you show the gentleman those
These
originals?
are the documents that.
Because maybe he's not aware there are the original documents. Is that the original cell register?
Yes.
Yeah, show Mr.
Is the occurrence book.
Zungu.
Uthi inkosi enkantolo ngibonisa.
Kose enkantolo ngisho ngayibona ukuthi kodwa lokho ngichaza khona ukuthi kungamanga ukuthi wafika
No, sir, just listen to us. Just have a look at it. The state says that is the original cell register
Okay.
at the court.
Yes, I
at
can
the
see
police
it.
station.
Yes, I can see it, my lord.
Just see how many people are there. Maybe there's only one person arrested the whole year. Let me just see. Because the gentleman says among a won't allow. Yeah. I've got the documents, the alleged documents which allegedly were made copies from, the originals. But this book, just for interest's sake, on the first page here, there's an entry 2971 at 547. Cell visited by Captain Moharu and Warrant Officer Sibuyen and found and found 11 units. It means there were 11 prisoners in custody with no complaints. At about 5:49, vehicles booked back Sergeant Malaba, Sergeant Matabo, Sergeant Mpongose. 5:50, cell phones booked back Cell phone Makubelele 0716756866/67. And then another cell phone belongs to Moteba Jani 0786756868/69. Another cell phone belongs to Kakaza 071675686460. Firearms book back, one from Constable Makubele with 30 rounds. And then the firearm number is 324034 plus 30 rounds. Another recited story is Mutebejane, and the firearm number is 347112 and 40 rounds. And then Pagaza, firearm 32508, and it has 29 rounds. Then on the 5th also, at 5:53, hand radios booked back. Sergeant Mutala, 12, PR 135. Sergeant Motibe, PR 118. Sergeant Mampognose, PR 119. Flags hoisted, both national and SAPS, by Warrant Officer Mokwena. It looks to me like an official book. I can go on and go on, even for 6 hours, if you want me to. Because then it means all these recitations here, they may not be correct according to you. But I'm trying to say, from what I see here, this is an official book. And it has a date when it was issued, 31st May 2020, South African Police. You can see it starts from way back. Okay, we can inspect them. Let's see this one. Even this one is a Primrose SAPS 19/8/2020. SAP 14. Custody register. And then we can start on any dates. On April 2020. On the 27th. There's a guy called Madala who was arrested. Shabalala, Motsepe, Lefa, Sipo, Ndoro, Happiness, Bushungu, Mapula, Letara. Even women are recorded here. Albert Koza, Philemon Shatwayo, Nkosi Olo Maise, Sibongile Nkosi Thabo Sihlohlo, David Msika, Torres Vasco, Tariana Nalukona Lab, CAC Camelia, Wellington Shiguga, Michael O'Hara, Steve Matala, Franz Malaka. I mean, it is an allegation that all these people were arrested and their names are recorded here. And these are official books according to the state, not me.
Umbuso kusho ukuthi incwadi lezi ke esemthethweni unkosi enkantolo ukufundela amagama abantu ke nokuthi incwadi lezi zavulwa nini ke incwadi zango 2020 enye yango April 2020 enye yango May 2020 base ke umahluko bekufunda ke abantu ke ababeboshiwe ke kuyona ke leya incwadi ngokwendlela ekubhalwe ngayo lapha yana.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Zungu, the next relevant entry that we wish to refer to
Oh yeah, we could take the books back. Yeah.
Thanks. The next entry is
Just a moment.
on the other one.
Sorry.
The other one.
Okay.
It's in a loose cover.
Can I help you? Can just bring it to me.
That's fine.
The next entry that we wish to refer to is on the 25th of June.
Fifth.
25 June 2020. It's entry 2337. It's entry 2337 at 7:30 on the 25th of June 2020. At 7:30, it reads as follows: prisoners fed by Warrant Officer Mukwena and Sergeant Munyebudi, 5 units with tea and bread with no complaints.
Lana ke ngaphansi kwakhe u2337 isikhathi u7:30 ekseni iboshwa ke zaphiwa ukudla uyena uwarrant officer Mukwena kanye naye usergeant Munyibudi kwakunabantu abahlanu ngaphakathi banikezwa itiye kanye nesinkwa kwakungekho abakhala ngako.
Do you have any comment?
Ukhona officer kusho? Maybe I wasn't there because I mentioned it in the morning that I would like to go to the clinic.
I'm sorry.
If this is a book from Primrose, maybe I was not amongst those prisoners that it's written they were fed because I made a request I made a request in the morning that I would like to go to the clinic.
When did you make that request to go to the clinic?
Washo noma isicelo leso sokuthi ucela ukuye clinic wasenza nini?
Ngabona iphoyisa lafika lapha legqoka uniform elifike lapha ngaphathe emaselini asacela yangifonisa ngathi abangilethela ijezi endlini ngalethela uzwane nolungisana ijezi endlini.
There's a police officer in uniform that arrived there at the cells. I made a request for the police officer to assist me to make a call. Indeed, I made the call and asked for the jersey. And Zwane and Lungsani. Zwane and Lungisani are the ones that brought the jersey for me.
But this is new evidence that you requested to be taken to the clinic. You never mentioned that in your evidence in chief.
Ubufakazi obusha lobu ngamanye amagama inkantolo iyaqala ukuyizwa ke manje njengoba uyisho manje yokuthi wenza isicelo sokuthi uye eclinic awukazi ukusho ngaphambilini lokho.
Ngacela ephoyiseni ngicela ukuthi mangiphuma ngicela ukuye eclinic ngoba ukuthi njani la eksithi ekubambelele iavaloni lapha ebahle emzimbeni wami. Umuntu angaze ngamfonela esendlini ulungisane nozwana bangilethela ijezi bangangayimazi ngala godola lapha.
I did make that request. I spoke to the police officer because now the overall that I was wearing was now sticky because the blood was now sticky on the overall itself. And then I made that call in Lungisani and Zwane are the ones that brought me the jersey.
Yes, but the fact of the matter, sorry, Mr. Zung, is that when you testified in evidence in chief, you never mentioned that you made a request to go to the clinic.
Engikushoyo kona ke baba uZungu ukuthi ngathi ke uqala nje lana ukhipha ke nobe uthula ubufakazi bakho ke ukuthi awukazi ukusho lokho uyaqala ukuthi ukusho namhlanje.
Angazi ngikusho lapha namaphoyisa ngawatshela. enganginawo lapha. Le drive imoto ebomvu ngalitshela athi ufuna ukuhamba ngeclinic.
Yes, but I mentioned it to the police, the ones that I was traveling with, the ones that was driving the red vehicle. I told the police.
Ade ngilibona de lapha eminyango nje ngaphandle.
I saw the police officer was
Look,
just
Mafia.
outside the door.
Who are you referring to?
Ubani lo police there?
Ngiyabaphambanisa.
I get to confuse them. I
Kodwa nje
confuse them.
ngamkhomba.
But I will be able to point out to that police officer.
So you say you told, is it Sergeant Mohani?
Sergeant
Lo
Mokhan?
drive imoto ebomvu.
The one that was the driver of the red vehicle.
So you say you told him that you request to be taken to the clinic.
Uthi uyena lo wamtshela ukuthi ucela
Ngamtshela
eclinic.
ngathi ngeminciza. Ngamtshela ngathi iminciza. Mangasho umbuzo. Ngamtshela wathi ngineminciza. Angazi ngobuza kuya imsehlukene mina ngumZulu iminciza angiyazi. Kodwa ngazi iminciza into enyanyisayo. Ngangimenyanyisa leta ngivezele yona.
I did inform the police officer, and then he made mention to me, and because we differ in language, I just assumed that what he was telling me is that I was showing him something that was disgusting, because I'm Zulu speaking, he speaks a different language, but he just said, he mentioned something to me that what I was telling him, that was, I had something disgusting.
What was it that was disgusting? Sorry.
Kwakuyini le eyayimincisi?
Lapha ngilibele khona ngathi bambelele nakhuza ijacket la sengimkhombisa ukuthi ngibuthi njani.
It's where the injury was, where the jacket was sticky, when I was now showing him to say, look, how this injury is like. That's what he was referring to.
On which day was that when you showed him the injury?
Kwakungaluphi usuku uma umbonisa noma umkhombisa lapho
Sendatha lapha ePrimrose sengisale epolice station seForce. Ngamkhombisa ukuthi angibothi njani ufuna ukuhamba ngeclinic.
It was when he was taking me from the Pretoria police station, moving me to Phosphorus. I then said to him, can you see how I look? I would like to go to the clinic.
Makuthi baneqinisa ayihamba nabo awusho ukuthi wafika washo lokho kwabini ukuthi ngibuke enthunjani. Hayi abakhombise ngibukanti njani.
If the ones in whose company he was in are honest enough, they will be able to confirm that indeed Kwabeni did say this. I showed him that, look, how am I?
Was it the Thursday when you were taken to the first arrest court?
Kwakuyilela langa langolwesine uhanjiswa uya enkantolo usiwa enkantolo eFosloras.
Yebo.
Yes.
You say it was on the Thursday that you told Sergeant Mohani about your request to be taken to the clinic.
Yilo lelo langa owamcela ngalo ukuthi ucela ukuya eclinic.
Afike ngasho ukuthi ngicela ukuya eclinic ngifika lapha.
Yes, when I got there, I requested to be taken. I requested that I go to the clinic.
Because did you tell any of the, or let's put it to this way, were the cells visited by police officers at Primrose Police Station?
Ngalesa sikhathi use police station yase Primrose. Aye khona amaphoyisa nje ayimaneza emaseleni lapha.
Cha,
No,
akekho.
None.
Awazayo.
no one came.
Mfuna usho amaphoyisa la awalana noma amaphoyisa asebenzela khona lapha enakuzaneni.
Are you referring to police officers that are specifically stationed there at Primrose?
Yes.
Yeah, usikhuluma ngala asebenza Primrose.
Ayefika la khona ePrimrose.
They would visit, yes.
Did you tell them about your injuries and that you request to be taken to the clinic?
Bona ke uma uthi babefika ke wabatshela yini ngokulimala kwakho nangesicelo sakho sokuthi ke ucela ukuya eclinic?
Angazi umuntu angakhuluma naye iphoyisa lodwa lentombazana aqala lingifonisa. Ngifuna ijizi. Aze la ngibuza ukuthi yini kwenze njani ngalichazela ngalitshela ukuthi kuso so.
I only spoke to one police officer. It was a lady. Asked for the lady to assist me in making a call to request a jersey. The police, the lady wanted to know as to what happened. I then explained to her as to what had happened.
What did you explain?
Wathi noma uchazela?
Ngalitshela ngathi na bathi laba mboshiwe la ubushwele ini kwathiwa ngazi ngokufa kokhipha ngamna ngazana khipha ngafevani ngabhola le wathi khona why wena usukele eForce okuthiwa wabulala abantu ukuthi angazi njalo lo lokushilela abakhuluma ngalo nje mina ngoba mina ukufika kwamaphoyisa endlini.
She wanted to know from me as to why are you here, why are you arrested? I then said that it is being alleged that I'm involved in the killing of a goalkeeper. I said I know nothing about a goalkeeper. I am not even a football fan. She then made mention of some people that had been killed in a township. I said I know nothing about that. Yebo?
Yeah, I'm favoring shibhola mina. I'm just favoring shibhola mina. Angiyazi into abamuphele yona.
I told her that I'm not even a football fan. I don't know what it is that they arrested me for.
Did you tell her about your injuries?
Wamtshela ngokulimala kwakho.
Akaze funa ukula suthi ezikhulume nami. Wathi nje cha badlala ngawe. Waphuma ehambela wabuyela. Ngaqhubeka ngayikhalela ngoba ngangikhala ngoba into angishayela yona angayazi kuze ngilimale.
She did not speak much to me. She just said, but no, what they are doing to you is just not on. And she just left, and then I remained there crying.
Did you tell that police officer about your injuries?
Usisi loyo owakhuluma naye wamtshela yini ngokulimala kwakho?
Angaze ngimtshele.
I never told her.
Yes. Because your evidence in chief was that you were transferred to police station, to Primrose Police Station, arrived there at 4:20. You were placed in a cell by Sergeant Mohani. You borrowed a phone from one of the police officers to phone for a jersey. And say Sergeant Mohani visited you on Tuesday and told you that since you are wearing a jersey, it means someone knows that you are detained.
Ngoba ke kufakazi bakho ke mawethula ubufakazi ke wafakaza ukuthi ke wahanjiswa ke waya khona ePrimrose wafika ke khona lapho ePrimrose kwakungo 4:20 isikhathi noma ke u4 ekseni wase ucela ke ukuthi ke noma kunephoyisa wacela kulona ukuthi awushaya ucingo walethelwa ijezi uma esefika ke uSergeant Mohane wathi wasebona ukuthi unejezi wabe sethi yena ke kuwena okusho ukuthi manje sebeyazi ke ukuthi ukuphi.
Yebo.
Yes.
Then you say the following day, Wednesday, Sergeant Mohani came to fetch you from the cells and took you to an office where Brigadier Gininda and, as you put it, Mamfundisi, referring to Sergeant Mohola, were to make a statement.
Kubeka ke ngofakazi bakho uthi ke ngelanga elilandelayo ngolesithathu waseza ke uSergeant Mohane ezokulanda wakhambisa ke kuhhovisi lakho na ke ekwakuno Brigadier Gininda kanye naye ke umamfundisi ekuyena uSergeant Mohula.
And that on a Monday they came to fetch you and you were taken to Golden Sport Police Station at Vosloorus. You were taken to the holding area at the court, but you did not appear in court. Nowhere did you mention that you made any request to Sergeant Mohane to be taken to the clinic.
Buyaqhubeka lapho ufakazi bakho uthi wasuhanjiswa ke uya khona ke eGold Sport kodwa ke usenile ke lapho awukazeke uyobingelela imanje. Manje ke uthi umshushisi kuloko akufundayo ufunda nje ukutshela ukuthi akukho la usho khona kuloko akufundayo ukuthi wawunesicelo wasenza kuyena uSergeant Mohane ukuthi uhanjiswe uye clinic.
Mangimtshela ngihamba naye endleleni engibeke eGold Sport yena ukuthi ngifuna ukuhamba ngeclinic akaze ngimtshele lokho.
Speaking to him on our way to the Gold Sport that I would like to go to the clinic, is that not informing him?
Yes. But in any case, you say you informed none of the police officers at Primrose Police Station who came to do self-visits of your request to go to the clinic.
Kodwa ke uyasho ukuthi kulamaphoyisa ayesebenza khona lapha ePrimrose ayemaneza ke lapho emaselini alikho walitshela ngokuye clinic. No, I didn't.
Okay, if we can get back to the entries in the cell phone occurrence book, exhibit ZZZZ 4B. We were busy with the entry at serial number 2337 at 0730. It reads as follows: prisoners fed by Warrant Officer Mokwena, Sergeant Munyebudi, 5 units with tea and bread with no complaints.
Besisafunda lana ke ekshoyo khona ukuthi ke iboshwa za nikwake ukudla uyena uwarrant officer Mokwena kanye naye uSergeant Munyibudi kwakunabantu abahlanu abanikezwa itiye kanye nesinkwa abekho ke abakhala
Bekhala endlu.
noma besho noma ke abekho abasho ukuthi ke kukhona ukubaphethe kabi noma ke la bangaphethekanga kahle khona kusho ukuthi akekho umuntu owathi kulamaphoyisa uma bebanikeza ukudla umukwena nomunyibudi ukuthi ke babe khona abathi cha kukhona ukusihluphayo la khona singaphethekanga kahle ngakho.
Behlangana yaphi nalokho mfumbini? Understand. Angisezwe.
I don't follow now. I don't understand.
Now, the next entry, still on the 25th of June 2020, under serial number 2339 at 0850, reads as follows. Escort, Sergeant Mokhane from National Court Case Unit. And he gives his first number and says SAP 14 145/6/2020. We saw that is the serial number under which you were detained when we dealt with Exhibit ZZZ4, the cell register.
Umbhalo olandelayo ke kwakungo 850 isikhathi ungaphansi ko 2339 uyena ke uSergeant Mokhane uyasho ke nokuthi usebenza kuphi ke kanye futhi nenamba yakhe ke yasemaphoyiseni bese kuba ukuthi kuba ne SAP 14 number ekuleyana ke ebifundiwe ke ngaphambilini ukuthi iyona ke le oboshwe ngaphansi kwayo u145/06/2020.
And it says CAS 295/6/2020. We also saw when dealing with the SAP 14, the cell register, that you were detained under First Lawrence CAS 295/6/2020 as per Exhibit ZZZ4A.
Iyasho ke nalaphana ke iCAS number eku295/6/2020 sibonile ke nakulena ke incwadi ke ngaphansi kwayo ukuthi ke yona ke inumber leyana ke oboshwe ngaphansi kwayo.
The entry further reads to First Lawrence Court without complaints.
Iyaqhubeka ke kubhaliwe ukuthi ke iya ke enkantolo yase Phosphorus akukho ke owakhala ngakho.
Do you have any comment?
Khona office ukusho?
Understand. Ayibona nje angifuni phela ukukhuluma manga. Into engikhuluma ngayo understand.
I don't want to tell lies. What we are talking about here, I just don't understand.
But he had indicated that you had no complaints.
Kodwa ke okubhaliwe lana ukuthi nje akukho owawunenkinga nako noma ke okwakukhalisa.
And this entry is specific to you because you're booked out by Sergeant Mokhane to First Lawrence Court, and it says without complaints.
Ngoba ke lana ke ikhuluma ngawe ke lokho kubhaliwe lana ukuthi ke umuntu wakhipha kwaba uyena uSergeant Mokhane uyakwabhala ke futhi lapha yana ukuthi akukho nje owathi ke unenkinga nako.
Okwaneni lokho lapho ngiphuma khona eGosport ngabe sengiphuma ngalo lapho ebhalela phansi.
This that's written here. When is this referring to? Was it on the day that I went to Goldsport, or when is this specifically referring to?
Yes, on the 25th of June 2020. That's what the entry says.
Yebo kwakungazo i25 sika June 2020. I informed him.
Thank you. Then next we look at the documents from First Lawrence Police Station, both the SAP 14, the cell register. We beg leave to hand up the cell phone register from First Lawrence as Exhibit ZZZ4 in bracket C, and entries from the cell phone occurrence book as Exhibit ZZZ in brackets 4D. Give it to the court. Starting with the cell phone register.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, first the SAP 14 register from First Flores Police Station, the custody register, under serial number 337, it says Zungu Sifiso. The long one, this one.
337.
Yes. 337. This one. Entry 337, Sifiso, it says Zungu Sifiso, under column 2. Says male, under column 5. Says date 25 June 2020. Says time 9:30. Under column 5, possession of a licensed firearm. Subcolumn 5.4 says 215/6/20. And the police station, it says Primrose. This is the police station from which you were transferred. It's Primrose. Then across the document at 12:20, it says not enrolled. Then it says released. In other words, it says your case was not enrolled and you were then released.
Lana ke kubhalwe ngalendlela ke kulena ke incwadi ngaphansi kwayo inumber ewu337 igama kubhaliwe Zungu Sifiso umuntu wesilisa idate kwakungazi 11 isikhathi ku9:30 icala ukutholakala nesibhamu ngongekho emthethweni inumber ke yecala u2150620 kwabhala ipolice station iPrimrose bese kuthi ngalana ke kwabhalwa isikhathi u12:20 kwabhalwa isizathu kwathiwa ke icala lalingekho kokuhla lwamacala kwase kwabhalwa ukuthi wase uyadedelwa. Lezi 11 lizana. Then where it says date 11, which date is that?
No, we're talking about the 25th of June 2020.
Sikhuluma nge-25 sika June 2020. Okay, all right, okay. Oh,
Says-
to the witness, sorry, my lord, to the witness it appears that's 11.
No, it's 25 June 2020 at 12:20. It says not enrolled, released.
This is
No, it just shows the double dots indicate that it is the same date of 25 June. You'll see that entry 336, it says Mazibuko Bongani, and it says date 25 June 2020. Then under him it's yourself, and there are two dots indicating that it's the same date.
Lana ke wena ke othi 11 khona uma ubheka ke ngaphezulu la kwena kunomazibuko bongani kubhaliwe idate yizo i25 sika June 2020 mase kufikela kuwena ke Zungu Sifiso kwase kubekwa ke lamadoda amabili ke okusho ukuthi ke idate iyodwa naleya date engaphezulu uma uhlake ubuka njalo uma ubheka ngalana ke kunazo i25 sika June so akusiyena 11 kodwa nje kutshengisa ukuthi ke idate iyodwa nale engaphezulu.
Angizwe wena 11.
Okay. Okay, now he's saying, I heard the interpreter saying 11.
You can look at even entry 333 against the name Folmink Kinen. It says date 24, date of arrest, arrest 24 June 2020. And you can see below that person, there's also those double dots to indicate that the same date is applicable.
Ma umumbuka lapha yana phezulu ngaphansi kwakhe u333 uFolmink Kinen kubhaliwe i24 sika June 2020 uma ubuka ke lo olandela yena ke kwase kwenziwa ke lamadoda amabili okusho ukuthi okay I've seen it now we can proceed.
Okay. We put it to that according to the entry in column 14, the date of 25th June 2020 at 12:20, sub-column 14.3 indicates that the case not enrolled, and under column 16 it says released.
Esikushoyo ke kuwena ukuthi ke ngalesi sikhathi u12:20 kubhaliwe ke lapha yana ukuthi icala ke lalingekho ke noma lalingabhaliwe ke incwadini zasenkantolo wase uyadedelwa.
Ish. Sengihlonipha inkantolo manje inkantolo masikhuluma ukuthi sigcina siphathana nokusiamanga. Kahle kahle kuleli cala leli likhuluma ngalo la. Leli lesibhamu. Lesi sibhamu ngamanje ngiyantshela ukuthi isibhamu safika nobani endlini. Mawukuthi sifuna ukwenza isiqiniseko esiright, akanje kuyeforce lento isibhamu lesi police station sibonakala isibhamu esikanjani lesi sagcina ubani kusithinte esandleni.
It's just that I'm showing respect to the court because now the court made mention that I'm saying these are lies. But if we want to be certain about this, I will request that we go to Foslo at the police station, that this firearm be fetched, and then it be then checked as to who was last in possession of this firearm.
No, Mr. Zungu, we're referring to this entry on the 25th of June 2020 at 12:20, which shows that your case was not enrolled and that you were released.
Esikhuluma ngako lana babuzungu ukuthi yiloko kubhaliwe la ngaphansi kwesikhathi esiwu2020 ukuthi icala lakho lalingekho kuhla kwamacala enkantolo wase uyadedelwa amagama yabe isithi inkantolo usungahamba ubuyele ekhaya.
Ithupha zami engcolile kodwa ngoba namanje engcolile ithupha zami.
But there was already a bad name against me as a result of the thumbprints that up until now there's a bad reflection on my name because of that.
Yes, but the entries, do you have any comments regarding these entries that have just been read out to you?
Kuloku oqedwa ukufundelwa manje ke kukhona yini ofisa ukusho?
Akusise sami isibhamu lesi safa komuntu.
This firearm is not mine. Someone planted it.
Thank you. But is it correct that you were released, your case was not put on the roll?
Kodwa ingabe kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi wadedelwa ukuthi icala lakho lalingekho enkantolo?
Bathatha imali yami kuze ngiphume.
They took my money for me to be released.
Then we look at exhibit ZZ in brackets 4 in brackets D. That's the cell phone occurrence book on the 25th of June 2020. It says at entry 247 over 255 at 0930, prisoner received 1 prisoner as per SAP 337/6/20 from Primrose SAPS. Yes. It's entry number 247 over 255. Just
bese kuthi lana ke ngaphansi kwakhe u247 isikhathi u930 isiboshwa ke sase siyamukelwa ke nanje ngaphansi noma ngaphansi kwakhe ke u33706 ka2020 ebuya ke police station yase Primrose.
We have seen when dealing with the previous exhibit that you were released under that serial number 2337.
Bese sikubonile ke nkathi sifunda lapha yana ke ukuthi uma udedelwa ke ukuthi ke wadedelwa ke ngaphansi kwayo ke leya number le noma le number lena ebhaliwe ke la.
Udedelwa kuphi ntoni?
Released where?
When we transferred from Primrose Police Station to Vosloorus.
Kathi ke ususwa ke police station yase Primrose undluliselwa eVosloorus.
Mangifike eVosloorus ngidedelwa kuphi?
Now upon arrival at Vosloorus, where was I released?
Is there the entry? On the 25th of June 2020, serial number 247 over 255 at 0930, it says prisoner received 1 prisoner as per SAP 337/6/2020 from Primrose SAPS.
Bhaliwe ke kuthi isiboshwa sase siyamukelwa ke sasisodwa ngaphansi kwakhe ke u33706/2020 ebuya ePrimrose.
Your evidence was that you did not disembark from the police vehicle, you remained in the police vehicle upon arrival at Vosloorus Court, is that correct?
Ushilo ke kubufakazi bakho ukuthi ke ngenkathi ufika ke enkantolo yase Vosloorus awukaze uphume ke emotweni wasala emotweni.
Ngifike enkantolo yaseVoslo.
At Vosloorus Court?
Yes.
Yebo.
Ngangena ngale ngemuva ngahlala nabanye abafowethu ngaleyana.
Ayo.
Ngihlala emotweni phakathi.
I never remained in the vehicle. I went to the other side and then I was with the other gentleman there.
In your evidence, you testified that on a Monday, they came to fetch you, you were taken to Goldsport Police Station at Vosloorus, you were taken to the holding area at the court, but you did not appear in court.
Kufakazi bakho bangaphambilini ngene washo ukuthi wahanjiswa waya khona lapho kodwa ke sebekhambisile ke kuya lapho kodwa awukaze awungenanga enkantolo.
Angenanga enkantolo wangihlezi nabafuthi ngapha ngisalindile ungene enkantolo.
I was never taken to court. I was seated there with the other gentlemen waiting to be taken to court.
But were you placed in the cells?
Kodwa ke lapho uthi wawuhleli khona nabanye abafowenu wawufakwe ema-7.
Yebo.
Yes.
Right, then the next entry, still on the 25th of June 2020, is entry 247/258 at 12:20. It says prisoner released, one prisoner as per SAP 14337/6/2020, case not enrolled.
Yaqhubeka ke lana ngo-12:20 isikhathi ukuthi ke usiboshwa sadedelwa isiboshwa esisodwa ngaphansi kwayo SAP 14337/06/2020 icala lalingekho kumacala ayisenkantolo.
Do you have any comment?
Khona ongakusho?
Ungibuza ngangena enkantolo ngoba ngilapha nje. Ngangena le force lo kanje.
Just as I'm here in court now, what I want to know is that was I ever taken to court in Phosphorus like as in here?
Is by the entry reads that your case was not enrolled.
Kodwa ke ngokwalokhu okubhalwe la kuthi icala lakho lalingekho kuhla lamacala noma ke kuyincwadi zasenkantolo lalingabhaliwe icala lakho.
Okusho ukuthi imali yami ayaziwa ukuthi yaphelela lapha manje ngizongitshela ukuthi kwavele kwaphela.
Which then means that no one knows then what happened to my money if I'm now being told that my case was just did not get anywhere.
Which money are you referring to?
Yiphi imali okhuluma ngayo?
Le ngayinika lo drive motive owathi imali yami yokuphume ecourt leya.
The one that I gave to the one that was driving the red vehicle who told me that would be my money for my release in court, or that would be money for my release in court.
You testify that this money was allegedly handed to Sergeant Mokhani in the holding area or the waiting area at the cells, is it correct?
Ushila ukuthi le mali lena ke kulapha emaselini noma lana ke nilinda khona ke la owamnikeza khona le mali uMokhani.
Yebo.
Yes.
And you testify that Sergeant Mokhani told you that the 200 rand was for bail.
Washo ke yena kwena ukuthi kwakuyimali yebail.
Wathi imali ebail.
That's correct, that's what he said.
Now, was Lungisani present when you handed this money to Sergeant Mokhale?
Nkathi ke unikeza yena uSergeant Mokhane le mali ingabe uLungisani wayekhona?
Yebo wayekhona.
Yes, he was present.
So he saw that you handed the amount of 200 rand to Sergeant Mokhane in order to be admitted to bail.
Okusho ukuthi uLungisani wabona nkathi udlulisa u200.
U200. U200.
200.
Yes, but
Hey.
I'm sorry, U200
imalini yami.
2,000, sorry.
2000.
2000.
Yes.
2000.
The
Namanje nomuntu engihamba naye mina wayephethe lo mali le. Angifuni ukukhuluma ngabe athi ngikhuluma manga.
I don't want it to appear as if I'm telling lies.
3,000 rand imali yami ngizothi 2,200.
I'm in the presence or I'm with someone who was there when that money, it's 3,000 and you say it's 2,000. It was 3,000.
Yes. But that is the amount that you mentioned when you testified in chief. You mentioned the amount of 2,000 rand.
Yona ke imali wena owayisho ke leyo nkathi uthula ubufakazi wakhuluma ngo-2,000.
Hayi.
No.
And that you borrowed this money from your brother Tungiswa Mabaso, and that Lungisani, with whom you stayed, went to collect the money after you had borrowed a phone to make these arrangements.
Nokuthi ke okubufakazi bakho ukuthi wakhuluma ubufakazi bakho washo wathi kwaku 2000 imali leyo wayitshele kwake umfowenu uThukiswani Mabaso nokuthi uLungisani uyena umuntu owahamba wayoyilanda leyo mali emuva kokuthi ke use uboleke ucingo lokuthi ke ufonele umfowenu.
So today you are saying it was 3,000 and not 2,000.
namhlanje ke uthi kwaku 3000 ingasiyena u 2000.
Imali yami kwaku 3,000 rand.
My money was 3000 rands.
Now, why did you mention a figure of 2,000 when you testified in chief?
Kwakungani ke ukuthi inkathi ke wethula ubufakazi ukhulume ngo 2000.
Ayangisayi understand ke lento. Kufika ngathi 200 rand ngithi imali yami. Nathi 2,000. Yanitshela imali makusiyona le mali ngikhuluma ngayo. Ukhona umuntu engasathi bahamba kanje imali yami kuwe lapha nesitolo nothengiswa.
Now I don't understand. Initially, the amount of 200 rands was mentioned, and then 2,000, and there is someone here who was present on that day.
Mr. Zungu, we're talking about what you testified in evidence in chief. You testify that Sergeant Mukhani, in fact, you said the driver of the red motor vehicle said bail in the amount of 2,000 will be needed.
Lana ke ngikufundela ubufakazi bakho yinto lena eyakhulunywa wena la enkantolo. Wathi ke umshayeli wale moto ebomvu wakutshela wathi imali ke ozodedelwa ngayo kuzoba u2000.
And
Ngicabanga
then
ukuthi nawo ade ngimbuka lapha eminyango ekuseni ekhona. Ake nimbizine ke nichazele kabanzi.
I saw him this morning.
Manje cha
I think
sikhuluma
he should be called to explain, because now it will appear as if we are telling lies.
yes, Mr. Zungu, we're trying to establish as to why is there a difference between what you the amount that you testified about in your evidence in chief, namely 2,000 rand, and the amount that you now mentioned, namely 3,000.
Lana ke sizama ukuthola ukuthi kungani ukhuluma ke okubili okwahlukile. Ngaphambilini kathi uthula ubufakazi wakhuluma ngo2000. Manje ke namuhla usukhuluma ngo3000. Yilokho nje ezama ukuthola ukuthi kungani ukhuluma into ezahlukene.
Kungani ubaba unakhuza umshushisi ekhulume ngo200 ezokhuluma ngo2000 ngimtshene mina ukuthi imali engaka. Kungani lekhulume lokho?
And then
Shuthi mina
why
ufuna
is
ukuthi
it
namanga.
why is it then that the state made mention of 200 and then 2000 and then I mentioned the figure? So now it must appear as if I'm telling lies.
No, the 200 was meant to be 2,000. Now,
2000 nozila about 3.
yes,
200 nozila about 2.
Mr. Zungu, please.
Sorry, you know what? We're just going on. I also registered 2,000, me. I'm sure even me, I'm mad. I've got notes here. You see, I write everything. I write everything. I also wrote 2,000, not 3,000. Okay? So
Nami
me
ke
and Mr. Baloi, maybe we're mad.
mhlambe ke nathi sekuthi ke sesiyahlanya ke kodwa nami ke kuma kuloko engibhalile ke phansi ngoba ngiyabhala njengoba khulunywa la enkantolo ngabhala u2000.
Do you have any comments why there's a difference between the amount that you mentioned in your evidence in chief and the amount that you're mentioning today?
Ukhona yini ongakusho ukuthi kungani kunomehluko kuloko wakusho ngaphambilini ka2000 naloko okushoyo namuhla uka3000? Kungani kunomehluko?
Ukuthi le nkulumo ngengikhona ukuyichaza ngoba ngendlela esekhulumeka ngayo manje sengathi mina khona lapha engiphoqa khona.
Okay. It's now that I won't be able to say this or to mention this because now it appears now that I'm being forced somewhere.
No one is forcing you anything. We're saying in your evidence in chief, you mentioned that Sergeant Mukhani requested you to give him 2,000 rand so that you can be admitted to bail. But today you are mentioning that you gave him an amount of 3,000 rand.
Cha, akukho la uphoqa khona. Ukuthi nje zama ukuthola ukuthi kungani kunokubili kunezinkulumo ezimbili ezahlukile. Ngaphambilini kathi uthula ubufakazi bakho ukhulume ngo2000. Namuhla ukhuluma ngo3000. Uthi ke ubaba umshushisi uzama nje ukuthi athole ukuthi kungani kunalo mehluko okhona.
Angazi ngicela ngibeka kanjani le nkulumo ngoba angifuni ngathi mangikhulume ngathi mhlawumbe ikhona into engizogcina ngibeka ngendlela ongasiyona.
I don't know how to put this because now I don't want, to sound that now I'm saying something in a manner that is not proper.
Mr. Zungu, bail is paid in court. Why did you give the money to Sergeant Mukhani on your version?
Uma umuntu ekhokha ibheli, ibheli ikhokhwe enkantolo. Kwakungani uze unikeze uSergeant Mokhane imali ngoba ibheli ikhokhwa enkantolo?
Ngicela ukuthi nimbuzele yena ngoba uyena owadinga imali kimi.
Please ask him because he's the one who requested money from me.
Mina ngaze ngosho angikwazi ukuthi imali ikhishwa kuphi nendawo ecourt.
I've never been arrested, so I don't know where money gets paid in court.
Have you taken any steps to recover the money?
Kukhona yini osuke wakwenza ukuthi uthole imali yakho noma imali yakho ibuye? Kukhona okwenzile yini ukuthi with nothing?
Why not?
Kungani?
Ngizoyaphi mina?
Where will I go?
But you said Lungisani was present when you handed the money to Sergeant Mokhane.
Ushilo ukuthi uLungisani wayekhona nkathi unikeza uSergeant Mokhane imali.
Yebo yakhona.
Yes, he was there.
Yes. Why have you not laid charges to recover the money?
Kungani? Ungaya ngovula icala ukuthi kubuye imali yakho.
Ngilivulele bani icala ngoba ngisho ngabatshela ukuthi ngihamba ngovula icala abashali bathi bona ababoshwa bona ngizovulela bani icala abantu abangaboshwa.
Who am I going to lay charges against? Because I did make mention of the fact that I wanted to go and lay charges for the fact that I was assaulted. They then informed me that where am I going to lay the charges because they are the ones that effect arrest. They do not get arrested.
Your case was not enrolled as we've shown to you according to the cell registers. Do you know as to why it was not enrolled?
Kubhaliwe ke lana ukuthi wase uyadedela. Izathu sokudedela kwakho kungoba icala lakho nanje kubona la kubhaliwe. Uma uye enkantolo amacala ayabhala kunencwadi ebhala kuyona amacala. Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi kwakungani icala lakho lingekho ezincwadini zasenkantolo? Ngoba isona izathu leso esabangela ukuthi udedelwe.
Angazi.
I don't know.
And on that date, the 25th of June 2020, when your matter was not enrolled, you had already had an interview with Brigadier Gininda, is that correct?
Ngalelo langa lelo
On the 24th of June 2020.
kwatholakala ngalo ukuthi icala lakho alikho kwincwadi zasenkantolo. Wawuse ukhulumile no Brigadier Gininda ngithi.
Ngikhuluma ukuthini kanti?
Had what interview with Gininda?
Yes, on the you had already had an interview with Brigadier Gininda on the 24th of June 2020.
Lana idate ekhulunywa ngayo kwakunge 25. Wena ke kwilanga elingaphambili nge 24 wawuse ukhulumile naye uGininda.
Ngikhuluma ukuthini uGininda?
Interview, what interview with Gininda?
Did you have an interview with Brigadier Gininda on the 24th of June 2020?
Ingabe wakhuluma yini no Brigadier Gininda nge 24 ka June 2020?
Ish. Ngikhuluma ukuthini uGininda umgcina ngamgcina bezobhasa statement noma mfundisi ebusuku.
To interview what? Because the last time I had an interaction with Gininda was when he came with Mamfundisi to write a statement. It was at night.
Yes, so you had already written a statement before Brigadier Gininda when you were released. Is that correct?
Uma udedelwa enkantolo okusho ukuthi lasedlulile lelanga lelo khuluma ngalo la uGininda wayizile kuwena ezobhala statement noma mfundisi.
Yebo.
Yes.
Perhaps just this one aspect. You testified in evidence in chief that you consulted Dr. Sipama near the engine garage regarding your injuries. Is that correct?
Mhlambe nje lokho kokugcina ke ushilo ukuthi ke waya kuyena udokotela uSiphama ngase garage yase engine mayelana ke nako kulimala kwakho. Yes, I did.
Did he compile a report regarding your injuries?
Kunombiko awawenza ke nanjengodokotela noma awahlanganisa ke umbiko awawenza mayela nokulimala kwakho khona ababhala
Uhlanganisela abantu.
bakulalele kahle udokotela lo othi waya kuyena angithi uyile kuyena wakubona angithi udokotela uma uyombona uyabhala phansi kunephepha abhala kulona so uyabuza ukuthi udokotela khona yini awakubhala phansi ukuthi uSifiso Zunguzile kumina nakwe ngikutholile kuyena khona yini
Yebo ngaya kuSiphama.
asiyeke yokuya khona yini abakubhala phansi yabona iphepha lelo kadokotela ufuna ukwazi umshushisi ukuthi angithi kunephepha linikwa asithi umuntu osebenzayo kunephepha ofanele uhambe nalo emsebenzini yebo uyabuza ukuthi wakwenza yini lokho uDr. Sipha
Angazi ngithathe incwadi engasebenzi.
No, I didn't. There was-
Ngisebenza.
I wasn't employed at the time, so no, there wasn't any report that was compiled.
But did you not request a medical report since you consulted him regarding your injuries?
Nanjengoba waya kuyena, uya kuyena ngezathu sokuthi wawulimele. Okusho ukuthi mina akukho akubhala phansi yena.
Akubhala phansi emabhukwini akhe.
Yebo.
Hayi ngicabanga ukuthi kukhona. Udokotela bangamane nje ufike kwenza ukuthi ungabhalanga lutho phansi.
I think that there is, or the doctor did write something, because there's no way that the doctor can just attend to you without writing anything down.
Yes, but you say you went to see him because you had injuries as a result of their assault by the police. Did he not give you a medical report?
Nanjengoba usho ukuthi waya kuyena, izathu sokuthi uye kuyena ngoba wawulimele, ulinyazwa ukuthi wawushaywe amaphoyisa.
Yebo.
Yes.
Did he not give you a medical report that you could use to open a case?
Manje ke akukho ayekubhale phansi akunikeza kona owawungakusebenzisa ukuthi ubophise lamaphoyisa ngoba
Wangibuza wathi yini ngayo wabophisa amaphoyisa ngamtshela ngathi angitshene emadlebeni ngathi wena waboshwa yiwa abopha abantu.
The doctor asked me as to why don't you go and then lay charges against them. I then told the doctor that they told me in my face that they do not get arrested. They are the ones that effect arrest.
So in short, you did not receive a medical report on the strength of which you could open a case. Is that correct?
Okusho ukuthi akukho owakuthola kudokotela akunikeza kona athi ungahamba uyokusebenzisa ukubophisa amaphoyisa. Ayikho into awakunikeza yona ebhaliwe.
Yimi ngaze ngimtshene konke lokho ngoba ngase thatha kwakushiwo ngamaphoyisa kuqala.
I'm the one who did not go as far as telling him that because I had already taken what the police had told me.
Yes, but you did not receive a medical report. Is that correct?
Kodwa akayikho incwadi wayithola kudokotela.
Ayikho.
None.
The court, please, my lord. It's almost time to adjourn for the day.
Okay. So we're sitting tomorrow again.
As the court, please.
Okay, until tomorrow then. Bye.
Kubona kusasa.